Yo! Yo, guys! My music. Where's my snare? Yeah, it doesn't loop properly. It doesn't. It's not meant to loop. It's not meant to loop. The... 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 Okay, there we go. That's only supposed to play one time. And when it reaches the ending mark, I would switch it over to the bump. Now listen. Now listen. The bump is almost done. I had a busy weekend. Unfortunately. And then in the instance where I had free time, especially yesterday, I was so tired. I was so tired, man. I woke up super early, and I had no caffeine over the weekend, so I bet you can probably imagine how bad that could have been. It was terrible. It was so bad. Good to see you guys, though. Was good. I switched back my monitor to be vertical, and it's really weird. I see so much of the chat again. Lo and behold. Lo and behold, look at all this. But now I have a small problem. I need to move this. Where do I move it to? I'll put it here. I'll put it over here. Hell hath no fury. Lo and behold. That's what I'm saying, man. Bumpless behavior. Come on, come on. It's just today, okay? It's just today. I wouldn't say extra effort into this bump, but because of a specific thing in the bump, it's taking me longer. I tried. I stayed up a little longer last night to get it done, and I was just too tired. I was already tired like the entirety of the day. So you add on to the fact that I stayed up to try to finish this bump. I was falling asleep. I had no more ideas. It was cooked. But we're here now. It's okay. You'll bump when you feel like it. It's true. I'll bump when I want to. And I can leave this world behind. Because if I don't bump and you don't bump, well then you're no friend of mine. I totally butchered the lyrics. I'm trying the coffee that I mentioned with condensed milk. Not bad. Honestly, it's better now. At first I was like, I don't know, this doesn't taste that great. And you know, they suggest if you're gonna have Vietnamese coffee to include some, or to add some condensed milk. And I'm like, I have to go buy condensed milk to combo this properly? What the hell? Pretty good though, pretty good. Can't complain, because I don't have to like sweeten it at all or anything. I got like a less sweet condensed milk because, yeah. My sweet tooth is long gone. It's just true. It really is. It really, truly is. This is my life, Mom. I can bump when I wanna. It's my bump and I'll bump when I want to. Safety dance! Hope everyone had a good weekend. Hope everybody's weekend was super poggers very good or no. Is no? Then why? If yes, then okay, good. Very good. At long listen, last week we didn't play Delta, or not Delta, Eastward, we didn't play the long drive. We gotta bring those back in. We gotta finish those games before I start anything else. Good timing because I look at my Steam list of games. Yeah, I did yesterday, and I don't know what I want to play. I really don't. Mostly off stream. We have games for on stream, but I'm telling you, man, I booted up GTA online 8 times yesterday, while being detrimentally tired. And I was like, screw it. I'm just gonna work on the bump. And yeah, there you go. There you go. On top of being busy yesterday, anyway. What's up, Johanner Gwumbis? Tell us strong, so the sugar needs to be up there for it to taste normal. I guess so. The condensed milk is pretty strong. Can I ask, have you been getting any GPU crashes in GTA lately? No. I used to have a lot of problems with GTA and like GPU crashes, but that was with the Legacy Edition now. So before Enhanced. Ever since Enhanced Edition, I can even watch a stream on the side and nothing like explodes. Nothing explodes. It's crazy. Why are you experiencing crashes? It's been pretty good. The only problem that I have is exclusively for some reason when I play with Ty. Especially if he's like in a high-speed vehicle, everything just tweaks out. You know, the conversation we already had. But like he was in a helicopter yesterday, and every single time I was in the passenger seat, there were moments where he would nosedive, and I'm like, are we gonna die? And we crash, and obviously nothing happens, so I'm like, okay. And then I get rubber banded to where he actually is, like 30 seconds later. I wish I was kidding too. It's like 30 seconds of wait time to get to where he is. Or he was in a plane yesterday, and he was doing spins, barrel rolls, and at one point he just, again, like flew right into Maze Bank Tower. I wish I was kidding. Oh god. And I'm like, great. But it didn't blow up, so I was like, alright. I got one a while back, but my mate, Mun, has been getting them constantly for practically no reason. Nvidia? Question mark? Just for the record, I'm like three drivers versions behind with Nvidia. So maybe Mun is up to date with the drivers. Lately, because of all the, you know, bullshit Nvidia AI coding malarkey with drivers, I wait like an extra month. I delay my driver updates for a month. Except in this case, I am now 3 versions behind, so couple months. I think it is, but I'm looking into it. It was saying to downgrade to a driver from 3 months ago. There you go. Unless you're saying that he did already downgrade and then nothing changed. The vibe coding of the latest NVIDIA drivers for like the past 4 versions is insane. The one that I'm on is like the safe bet at this current time. And I'm afraid of updating because it's going to skip me 3 versions and I'm going to get some trash. He said he didn't want to downgrade just for GTA. I mean, I guess it's fair. That's fair. I just don't think, I don't think it's only a GTA issue, but If he hasn't crashed in other games, then I don't know. I don't know. I haven't a clue. I haven't a clue. I'm scrolling up. By the way, I didn't say hi today. What do we got? What do we got? What's up, Joe with the first today? What's up, Not My Own? What's up, Ireland? What's up, Snowblade? What's up, Juvie? What's up, Chewy? What's up, Rose? What's up, Johanner Gwimbus? Good to see you guys. Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. It's a weird Monday, dude. Doesn't feel like a Monday to me. But it's a Monday. Ain't that weird? Ain't that weird? Does it feel like a Monday to you guys? I think it's because I was so busy yesterday. I had my quiz, I had stuff to do at home, and then I had my laundry, and then I had working on the bump. And then at some point I was just so like fried from everything I had to do throughout the day, on top of being sleep deprived, that I just played GTA for like... We did the Caro Perico heist again. Well, we started it. We're at the finale again, and then I messed up the stealth because I tried to kill the dude with heavy armor, and you can't headshot him, obviously. Genshin Honkai VR chat. I see. Well, I haven't had a singular, knocks on wood, GPU issue on this version of NVIDIA drivers. I still want to upgrade to AMD at some point. Oh, dude, I just hit total level 500 in Melver Idol. Pog. Huge Pog. Where the hell is my Melver Idol? Was that wood cutting that got me to 500? Yes. No. Fire making. Sweet! Sweet. Where are my stats? Oh, here. Total skill level 500. Account age 11 days. Doing hardcore. I can't wait to die over some stupid stuff. It's just an idle game, so who even cares? Me and Mum were trying to do KO2. We had so many bugs with it. I think it was just skill issues, but also those crashes. You can headshot the jug. There's like 5 meat shots with the shotgun into the jug's head. Well, we wanted to stealth it. So, like, you could, but if you shoot him once, it, like, pulls everyone else. We wanted to get the stealth bonus for at least one clear. And then I botched it. Like the loser I am. Ty and I didn't have any bugs. But, you know, the scout mission, the very first mission of going to the island. Our first run of it, we try to go around all of the, you know, the surveillance, all the watchtowers. And I forgot that they patched out being able to climb, like, the water sides, you know, the coastal parts of the island. So we went really far forward around the island, trying to evade everything, and we couldn't get up. We literally could not find a way up. We would be slipping and falling over. That sucked. We had to go all the way back. I really tried everything. I even tried to Skyrim horse it. That sucked balls, bruv. What about the drainage tunnel? Well, this is only for the scout portion, like the very beginning part. So, you know, you don't even enter the main zone yet. It's just like to find everything. And the drainage tunnel was on the other side of the island. It was like the first checkpoint with the camera, the watchtower, and the dude patrolling, and then the cars leave that area as well. That's where we got stuck. And my stupid ass forgot that you can just walk through the fence on the right side of that wall, the fence gate, and the watchtower guy won't see you, the camera won't spot you, and you can go into the containers. And I'm like, damn it. Shit, man. So, yeah. Yeah, that area. So instead, we went to the coast on the left, and we just kept going forward that way, swimming and trying to climb up to the part where there's nothing, like, in the way. And we went for a good, it was like 5 minutes. It wasn't a big deal. I mean, we spent more time trying to get up than, like, go forward. I keep forgetting that gate isn't in the way of the camera, and I seem so dumb. I mean, I forgot again yesterday. Granted, yesterday, I was as good as, like, a dude hallucinating. We speedran all of the setup that was necessary, all the mandatory speed up, or, setup jobs. We zoomed through it. And still, I don't know how we did that. I was like brain dead. Brain dead, man. The only reason it went so well is because Ty and I split. So he was in a different helicopter and I was in the Sparrow. The Sparrow, man. The Sparrow. Jack Sparrow. Sparrow. Today we're probably going to play some of the long drive. It's been a minute. We didn't play all of last week because I had 3 sessions of GTA that we played instead. Absolutely ridiculous. That's how you know, though. Like, there's really, like, nothing pulling me to play. Aside from the Eastward DLC and the long drive, I look at all the games and I'm like, what are we going to do when we're done with these 2 games? Oh, I mean, Final Fantasy 2 is also on the list. Just gotta get to that. I mean, nothing new but GTA is pulling you. Yeah. I mean, the primary reason that GTA is pulling me, in all honesty, is because there's nothing else I want to play. But GTA is just fun, dude. Like, I even thought about making a whole new character. Just to, I don't know, just to re-experience it, but I think I would miss my cars. Actually, I'm going through a motorcycle moment right now. So I moved, like, all of my motorbikes that I have into my nightclub garage, the 4th floor. The 4th basement, you know. You know how it is when you're rich. So I'm just motorcycling right now. I had to go glitch my outfit so I can get like the duffel bag on the back. I mean, you saw the outfit on Friday. That was crazy, by the way. That we were finally like really obliterating that heist. And then it just like, bro. My power went out. And then it took like 5 minutes for the internet to come back. So I was just like, screw it. We're ending it for the day, for the week. What's up, baby beans? Yo, what's up, Foxman? Good to see you, bro. I've been started doing some stuff you mentioned doing before. Like, I barely use GPS these days. I don't use my teleport. Yeah, I really don't. I haven't thought about like hiding my minimap, but it is actually extremely convenient when you're like shooting enemies. It's about the only instance where I use the GPS or the minimap. And obviously, if I have to get sent to my house, the mansion, bro, I still can't really remember the pathing, so might end up using it there. Yo, some man. Hope all is well. Hey, Ghost Man. Some man. Wow, hey, this streamer kinda nice. I liking this already. Oh, wow. Oh, hello. What are you doing? Yeah, Ghost Ty and I finished the heist on Saturday. We did the finale just really quick at the end. And then we just messed around. I didn't know what else to do, so I just drove around. Oh no, no. The path to my mansion is extremely easy. I just keep forgetting how to do it from the right side in this case. From the eastern end. Cuz I typically drive mid-city, so like I forget which way up from the east makes it there. That heist was a buggy mess. It was so bad. It was so bad. At one point, Ghost like glitched while inside of the Avenger. No, not the Avenger. In the Titan. No. The Titan, right? Yeah, the Titan. He glitched inside of the Titan and like it put him as if he was falling, but not falling, and he was on the tail of the Titan. He couldn't move. So I watched him, and then also on top of that, I forgot to mention, but I kept watching his parachute, like the parachute backpack. It kept like respawning behind him and falling, and respawning behind him and falling, and it just kept happening. I was like, what is going on? But because of the game, I just assumed it was just, you know, desync lag or something. No, that's actually what was happening on his end too. He was just perma-stunned. What the hell, man? That shit was crazy. The controls for the Titan guns were so ass on my end. Well, I'm gonna be honest. Also, my flight capabilities were really scuffed because I'm really bad with the heavy planes. And obviously, if I make even a slight turn, you guys' aim is like griefed. You guys get griefed by my turning. Couldn't turn the camera very far. Oh, or that. I guess I didn't really try the guns. Didn't really try them. Hubert. All right. That's such a stupid video. Fun heisting together? Yeah. I might host some more just over the weeks. Because why not? I don't know about this week yet. Maybe on Friday. Maybe. Perhaps. We might not do a Community Wednesday today. Or this week, sorry. I'm still thinking about Big Walk. And I'm like, a part of me wants to see if Leaf wants to run it. And we just get like 2 other people. Another part of me is like, I don't want to put her through that. Apparently it's like a 15-hour game. So I need to find people that are available for an entire day. Already, oh, that's already the one tough thing. For an entire day, and has a decent enough schedule where if I ask them on like the same day of the next week or something to continue it, they also have the, you know, the uptime. It's tough. I would have to do it on like a weekend, I feel like, if I wanted to stream it. I would just commit like, I don't know, 8 hours to her. So I don't know if I can even do the 8 hours. Maybe. Maybe. Big Walk seems fun, but definitely best with a max of 6 people or something. Yeah, it's not a Community Wednesday game at all. As you want to do it in one go, can't it be saved? It can. It can. I mean, it doesn't have to take 15 hours. If everyone's really good and like coordinated, you can get the game done in like, I think it was like 8 hours. There's a lot to do if you want to 100% it, I think. Some parts are just tough. This is tough, man. Good night, Schubert. I think it'd be fun. It'd be a fun one. Leagues 2 is out now. True. And I'm here sitting like, man. Oh, man, man. Oh, man, man. Man, oh, man. You know, man? That's what I'm saying, man. Oh, man, man. It's like, I could do that, or I could just run more GTA. It's such a problem right now, man. It's such a problem. It's so bad. I mean, it's not bad. It's like, the only games that I feel like I would play at this current time: Final Fantasy XIV, WoW, GTA. I'm waiting on Mistfall Hunter. They're gonna push out an update that fixes the goddamn busted sorcerer and rogue. They're gonna get nerfed. Ooh, 501 total level! Holy moly! Holy moly! What do we got? All right. I need to get to 90 fire making. Generous fire spirit. What the hell is this shit? What is this shit, man? Nah, just Melver idle. Just idling the Melvers. Idle RuneScape. It's fun. It's fun. I didn't get all the DLCs, but to be fair, the only one that I own is the only one that's like positive reviews on Steam. So I think I just leave it there. Melver Idol 2 is coming out at some point, so we got that. Got that going for us. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking of just like hosting GTA once a week or something. It's just, besides heist, I don't really know what to do. Typically when I'm on GTA, I restock all of my businesses, do the sales I have to, collect every single goddamn safe. I think that's it. What's up, Gurk Zuvi? What's up, man? I think that's all people do. Do. This guy said do. And there's also races and stuff that nobody really does. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I'll like call up Gerald, whatever, and I'll do those missions and I'll just spam it. Vote for the next one, just keep doing those. What's up, Nord Princess? When Ghost, Ty and I finished the heist, we just drove around in motorcycles for like, it felt like an hour, I don't know. I just kept trying to like ramp onto the train, and I managed, and then I would ramp off and back on and off. That's literally like near the end, I called in a mission thing to like restock my meth lab. Or is it coke? No, it's cocaine. It's cocaine. And that was it, man. And that was it. Oh my god, dude, that mission's so bad. Because you're not allowed to use weapons in that club. For whatever reason, you're not allowed. But these dudes come and attack you with pool cues, knives. Some dude had brass knuckles, and I'm here like, dude, why can't I use one of these? I don't understand. And then sometimes the the 1v1 honor breaks and two of them attack you at the same time, and it's like, well, you can't dodge both. The iframes only work for one of them. So one dude hits you. I mean, at the end of the day, we have one thing over them, infinite lives. Yeah, I guess it's true. I mean, there is a timer. Pretty sure. Pretty sure there's a timer. And then, everyone else, like, hopped off. They were done for the day. And I went to sell my weed stock. And Jesus Christ, man. I forgot that when you're, like, maxed out in the supplies... Not the supplies, in the product, you might have to deliver 3 garbage trucks all over the map. My bad, man. Good thing they give you, like, basically an hour to do it. Because I had to deliver 3 garbage trucks to 5 different locations for each garbage. 15 locations total. To deposit the weed. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah. It was like a 45-minute expedition. I think I had like 15 minutes left on the timer. Gerald Riviera of Chamberlain Hills. It's my goat. Stuck between the 3 dudes, all with knives. That mission sucked. Yeah, that is an improvement. I remember how shitty the other ones were. Well, I say shitty, but back then I had people run them with me. It's just, people don't earn anything anymore. So I'm not going to ask people to do like half this stuff with or for me. You know? Wow, 10K. Incredible. Oh, that's the other thing, man. We finished that heist. I got 850K. Ghost and Ty got 57K. What is that, man? I can play the whole bass line for the song. I should really like relearn an instrument. Go guitar. Small bits during the other parts. I mean, I didn't get any pay for any of the in-between missions. But at the finale, I got 800K, which is still substantially more than you guys if you totaled how much you got. From just all of it. It's just crazy. I don't know. Mob Arrival. Enjoy. I've actually been tempted to play some Deadlock. You're gonna do jobs for jobs, which sucks. Because you all have to do to juggle CEOs, MC presidents, shit like that. I mean, I don't need the money at this point anymore. I really don't. So my whole thing was to host stuff so people can make money. Which, I mean, in all fairness, it kind of worked out because it was enough for Ty to buy a nightclub. So, blah, 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 blah. Eventually, right, he'll be able to host them and make a lot more money. So yeah, like there's a benefit, but the grind is so obnoxious for them. What about second mansion? But for what? Like what's my benefit? Just a garage? Yo, 80 stream streak. Thank you, Noah Princess. One for show and one for blowing. More space for plaques on the wall? I mean, I guess. I guess. Every single, like, building and or business that I buy in the game, the first thing I really consider is how much garage space does it give me? Because I want more vehicles. And now I'm at a point where I'm selling vehicles. To be fair, because I buy so many and I forget which ones I buy after a while. The God, what was it called? The Hakujo or whatever? Ah, God, I don't know. The motorcycle, the fastest motorcycle that you can HSW. I had 3 of those, all right? Like, God damn it, man. I kind of want to grind on the multiplayer now. Will GTA 6 coming out in the near future? I don't know if it's even worth doing. I mean, I'm just doing it because, like, when I think about it, at some point, GTA 5 will be a thing of the past. I mean, it already really is. But since I still revisit it, I'm like, let's see how much more I can do before the next GTA Online comes out. You know? It'd be cool if they had some sort of loyalty thing. I don't think they will, but it would be cool if GTA 6 Online like reads what you've done on the character in GTA 5. They give you something for it. Don't give me like $50 million because I played the game or something. Give me like, I don't know, some cool little exclusive card that other people can get, but like they have to grind for or something. Or maybe just, I don't know, some paint thing to the car, livery. I consider how much money would this make me for not doing anything? Well, then the acid lab and the nightclub are your best friend. Mostly the nightclub. But the nightclub is like the best if you have the best businesses with it. What's up, Cloud Ripper? If I knew there would be a loyalty thing, then I would definitely want to push for it. Cosmetic stuff or something? Yeah. I don't know, like a gun skin. Give me an NPC going, you did some work back in Liberty City. Or, not Liberty City, Los Santos. That would be cool, too. I played GTA 5 for X hours, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. I would love that. We'll give you 10% off your next purchase of platinum. I mean shark card. I don't know, like when you prestige in like Phasmo, they give you a little patch, or you know, the old like system of leveling. So you have a patch and it says like what level you reached before they made the new system. I don't know, I'll put a little patch that I can put on like my car or something, like a little sticker. A bumper sticker, and it's just like, I reached level 300 before GTA 6. I was level 300 in Los Santos. Or just give me a crown. Give me a red party hat and be like, yeah, this is what you deserve for all the effort in GTA Online. Some of the NPCs already do something like that in GTA Online. Like the former FIB agent, she can say what jobs you did. Michael can say a line to do with the last big heist you did. I remember the FIB agent. I don't remember Michael saying anything. Maybe. I just don't recall it. Either way, like, it'd be cool to have a little something. And like, I don't need it to be exclusive to like people who put all the time into the game. That's why I'm saying like a gun skin that some people get like week 1 and everyone else can like work towards getting it. I get FOMO, man. I understand. We don't need like ultra FOMO. Every day that I boot up like MMOs, I just feel the ultra FOMO. There are titles in Final Fantasy XIV you can never get ever again. I think about it and I just get pissed off. Because what if I ever really wanted to 100% the game? Well, now I can't. Now I truly can't. Because they haven't done Feasts, which is just it, or yeah, it's called Feasts, I think. It's a PvP like not event. It's just a PvP mode, but you need like 50 people or something for it. And I guess you might be able to PF it, but I don't know if you get the achievement. The job on the Diamond Casino. That was you, right? Oh, wait, he has said that to me before. You're right. He did say that to me. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that dialogue. I just thought that was...
Geek.
What's up, Revan? I kind of just thought that's just because... Was that really the last heist I did at the time? I guess so. I guess so, man. I dug the backseat in the backyard. Sorry, gang. Bro, we needed that. How are we going to travel now? My last, like, 3 titles for streams have been Dance Gavin Dance song titles. This is no exception. This is also a Dance Gavin Dance title. I would play it, but I would just scare everyone away. Ooh, you, I look just like Buddy Holly. Oh, whoa, ba-da-ha-ba-ha-da-bum. What's up, Lunaris? What's up, Rune? Hey, guys, what are you doing today? What's going? I'm vibing. We're going to play some Long Drive here in a little bit. We're going to enter the world of the Long Drive. Got to do phone in the mail. Nice. Goddamn, in the mail. I would never trust that here, but that's cool. That's cool. I finish Avatar and then do my own stream thing. Avatar? Oh, like the new Airbender live action or something? Oh, no, not live action. It's animated, right? I live in a house and porch pirates aren't that big here. That's fair, yeah. I mean, they aren't much here anymore either because, you know, everyone's got those ring cameras, but... Oh, your VR chat avatar. I see. I see. Nice. Nice. Very cool. I am curious what they'll do with GTA 6. Mostly online. I play like the story of GTA maybe once or twice. 3 times if there's a chaos mod, and then I just go right into the online mode, and that's where I live. I missed today's bump. Was it Pog? Dude, it was probably the best bump of all the bumps. But I actually announced that it's exclusive to today, and it will not be a bump for the rest of the week. So, yeah, it sucks to be you, man. You'll never see it. I'm not uploading this one either. It's actually super FOMO, I know, but yeah, it was exclusive to today. It will not be uploaded to YouTube. So everyone who saw the bump, congrats to you guys. You saw the best bump that I've ever made. Yeah. On the head the hood. Damn, I missed it. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That's okay, Ghost. I'll just send it to you. I'll let you see it anytime. What is a bump? I'm glad you asked. Check this out right here. This is actually the bump from last week. That one's from last week. Last week. No, we're not doing haikus. That was last week. The bump is my intro sequence. It's inspired off of the Adult Swim bumps that they used to do. They still do them, but yeah, that's true. You know, you can still post a haiku. That's fun. Every single week, I have a new intro sequence. It is a bump. It goes for about 5 minutes, based off of, you know, the 30-second long bumps that Adult Swim has. I got disconnected from GTA Online last night and tried to do semi-casual Trevor percent. I was on track for a 2-hour Trevor percent, and then one warp I tried didn't work and forced me into a hangout with Franklin. I felt too awkward to stop, so I played golf for an hour. What? What? Damn, sorry to hear, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I have this problem. My problem is that I get really bored of like the same intro every single week. So instead I decided that I'm going to edit a 5-minute long video of me just yapping through text with no voice. And that's the bump. That's the bump. I upload them all at the end of the week to the YouTube channel. There's a YouTube channel specific to the bumps. Could check those out. And then on top of that, my starting soon screen is just another thing that I make over the weekend. So the newest one is this. I really overdo it. Really be overdoing it for myself. But I don't know, it's just fun. It's fun, but when I'm tired and I have no ideas, man, does it suck at that point. The little starting soon, like, beginning portions are just to stall out a minute so people can show up, and then they can watch the bump. If they miss it at that point, well, I don't know. Wait until the next bump, or wait until it's uploaded to YouTube. Can't believe he didn't haiku. This is so sad. Well, ladies and gents, I do believe we're going to do some long driving today. It's been a minute. I mean, it feels like it's been a minute because we haven't played since Monday of last week. Or sorry, of 2 weeks ago. Do I have to? No, I mean, you don't have to. It's just, you know. They really wanted a haiku. This is a haiku. Aiko was disappointed, so here you go, man. Dude, thank you, man. What's up, Cairo? Put you on the spot. Maybe I'll think of something. Or maybe I won't. Thank you. We got double haikus today. Seeing as how we don't even get Snowblade fun facts of the day, at least we can get an Irish Bogan fun haiku of the day. What's up, Logan? Loading. I just stopped in the middle of nowhere? That doesn't seem right. 2505 kilometers. Yeah, I like Zero. I played some Zero in Borderlands. What's up, Rat Guy? What are we driving? That's a great question. Where are we driving? Maybe it's not about where we're driving, but the friends we made along the way. Besides, it's safe to say, you dig the back seat. Alright, how do I play this game again? Alright. Back on the damn road. Something is wrong with the car. Oh God. And so it begins. A hangout warp. You call a friend to hang out, teleporting your friend closer to you. Is this uphill? Hold on. This is like super uphill, huh? I almost just hit that light post. If you switch that friend, you can ignore the hangout and you just get teleported. When I did that, it teleported Michael back to his house. I switched to Michael, then it teleported Franklin outside my door. So I said, fuck it, I can 100% the game instead. And I need to play golf with Franklin to do that. I will never try to 100% that game. Because Steam achievements make it impossible. Because I have to get, like... What do you call it? The online achievements as well. I mean, I had only a few left, I think, but still. Screw that. I'm not smart enough, so I will stop with haikus. It's snowing on Mount Fuji. I mean, you don't need to get all Steam achievements to 100% of the game itself. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It's not 100% if you don't have 100% achievements. That's why it is not possible for someone to 100% Final Fantasy XIV ever again. Or World of Warcraft. The achievements that are gone, they are gone. And you can never 100% them again. You can't 100% Final Fantasy XIV unless you played it before the Great Cataclysm. Therefore meaning... If you don't have the tattoo on the back of your character, you can never 100% Final Fantasy XIV. Never. 200% GTA 5 story, I mean. No. No. I'm not insane enough to 100% an MMO anyway. I think I could be. If I streamed it, genuinely, if I streamed every single day, just one MMO, and my whole objective was to get 100% achievements, I definitely think I could do it. But that would absolutely obliterate this channel. I would never see anyone ever again. This is not an argument of, no, streamer, if that's what you want to play, you should. We'll support you no matter what. No, you won't. You won't. And that's okay. I understand. I'm just saying, if my favorite streamers of all time streamed Valorant, I would not show up. Full stop. If my favorite streamer of all time played Marvel Rivals, I would not show up. Thankfully, Sodapoppin hates those video games, so I'm in luck. There's like 3 types of GTA 5 story 100%. I know, I'm mostly kidding. But in terms of relevance to Steam, I think 100%ing a video game requires 100% achievements. GTA Online has the worst online achievement that can ever exist. Worse, since that can randomly glitch out. I think I have one that, like, glitched out. 100% Final Fantasy XIV might make you also not stream on time if you didn't stream Final Fantasy XIV. What do you mean not stream on time? I'm told tonight I get to end my Final Fantasy where I have to walk to the end, I believe. Oh, damn. You're walking to the end, huh? Damn, you know, I wonder if it... I don't know how much you enjoyed the game, but... I wonder... Just overall... How do I say anything without spoilers? I'm just wondering how your reaction will be to anything. Because you're playing it from beginning to end within a short time frame in comparison to, like... Is anything more impactful for someone that's been playing it for, like, a decade? Or is it more impactful for someone that has it fresh in mind? I'm not saying anything crazy is, like, going to happen. I'm just saying, like, overall, any events that happen... You've already seen some, like, some crazy stuff, so... Just, my brain's like, I wonder what would be more impactful for someone. You end up sacrificing stream to keep doing Final Fantasy XIV. I mean, I don't know if I would, because I would stream it for, in all honesty, if it's a game like Final Fantasy XIV, I can stream it for like 8 hours a day. Would I burn out at some point? Absolutely. But if I have an objective, it'll be a lot easier to not do that. I think the worst achievements in Final Fantasy XIV are actually not even related to, like, difficulty. I think the worst achievements in Final Fantasy XIV are the repetitive ones. For example, any raid or any alliance raid, you have to clear it like 50 times for the full achievement that it has. Something like, it's not Dungeon Master, but it's close enough. And you have to do that 50 times. I'm pretty sure with every single alliance raid, every single raid. My view on content is going to be a lot different than people played it concurrent. Yeah, I guess that's... yeah. I'm the same boat as Cairo. I started about a year ago. I'm almost at the end of Post and Walker. Excited to play Evercold on release. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. I wasn't the biggest Dawntrail fan. Not for the same reason as other people, it seems. I just thought the Dawntrail, like, story wasn't that... It was whatever. To me. Not because of Wuk-Lamat. Actually, I think Wuk-Lamat was, like, the sole reason that I tolerated the story. So... there's one that can be buggy. There's another I think I don't have. That's even worse. Obtain first place in all competitive game types. I think Rockstar patched that or made some workaround. I think I've gotten that one. I don't know actually because it doesn't transfer from Xbox, does it? Or maybe it does. I mean, I guess it has your, like, stats. I like Realm Reborn, so I assume I will like Dawntrail. You know? Just happened. Yeah, you might. You might. Hello, car? Cargo Road. Man? Look into my eyes. Shut up, man. Go next song. Now we're talking. Hey, now we're talking. I feel like something's too quiet on my computer right now. Maybe it is the music. What this is? You parking lot or no? Yes. Greetings. What the hell are you? What's the worst that I can say? Actually, I might like this one better. So long and good night. So long and good. Wait, no! No! No. We need that. we need that. I think stuff didn't transfer between Legacy and Enhanced. That might be true, I don't know. I'm doing Heaven's Sword and Relic, and the guide says, to do this part quickly, do Alexander Savage solo 20 times. That's probably actually very true, and a lot more tolerable at this point in time. So long, and good night. So long. At level 80 for a Paladin, I feel like that's manageable. Paladin's, like, really, really good. I don't have the numbers to solo Alex Savage in it. You might be right. I honestly don't remember. Typically, the best solo content, like, job is Paladin. By a landslide, too. So, yeah, dude. The memes with the big shields and the Lalafell are so funny. I would have thought Warrior. Warrior's great for, like, dungeons, because if you happen to have, like, a newer healer or something, you can totally solo through the dungeon. But, Paladin has, like, Clemency. Paladin has, like, a bunch of things where they can self-solo. Self-heal. That are just a lot more efficient, yeah. Like, the cooldowns, there's no cooldown for Clemency. There's a cooldown for all of Warrior's stuff. So Warrior could survive a lot of, like, the beginning portions of a fight solo. But at the end of the day, you can spam Clemency on Paladin, get back to full HP, and it's like starting the fight fresh. And mana regen is like a joke in that game, so. If you ever do any of the stuff solo, Paladin's the way. I did a lot of solo I did a lot of, like, Shadowbringers content. Solo Paladin. Thank you, Clemency. Dungeon, where I stumble into. Oh, we're just talking about Final Fantasy XIV. Where does Lester come in with this raid? Actually, Lester's not a part of this raid. Yeah, it's not about Lester this time around. You know, I really thought what they would do, as corny and cheesy as it would be, I thought that the final heist in GTA would have been, like, somehow Michael Trevor Franklin and your character. So Pavel, yep, that's the guy. The subscription thing scares me to death. The thing about MMOs is, like, it's the only thing, or the only, yeah, really just the only thing where I accept subscription services, because it's either that or microtransaction hell. So for MMOs, I'd rather pay a subscription than them, like, slapping me in the face with the most absurd other things. Or, like, $80 expansions or something. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Besides, in all fairness, Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft, you don't have to be subscribed at first. You can just play the game for free up until Shadowbringers for Final Fantasy XIV. What did he just say? I never really listened to lyrics. All right. Different times, I guess. Dude, screw Miami, though. Like, actually. Will Smith doesn't have much these days. When I think of Will Smith of today, I just, like, I visualize him as he looks today, but then I go back to, like, the Fresh Prince, you know, the episode where they move out of the house and it's completely empty, he's just looking back at it. That's kind of what I think of when I think of Will Smith. I think his fall off really started when it's rewind time. Haha! Mr. Aiko, I just turned 29 earlier today. What should I do now? You should enter your 30s in a year. Happy birthday, Mr. Carlos, man. Happy birthday. Congratulations on reaching 29. What an exciting time to be alive, huh? They say that the human being's peak years are between the age of 25 and like 54. On average. So enjoy your 30s, man. Enjoy them. That's peak years. Peak years. But I think true life begins in your 30s. That's my take on that. So, you know, it's different for everybody, but maybe I'm coping because I'm not there just yet, but, you know, soon, guys. Soon, guys. 30 is not that far off for me. I just feel like in my 20s, at least up until like age 27, maybe 28, I had no idea what the hell was going on in life. I have no idea what was happening. And I got my shit together, and I'm back in uni. The job finding is, you know, this is a terrible time to find out that, you know, life has many doors, Ed Boy, because currently all the doors are closed. But whatever, you know? Back in uni at the very least. I'm going somewhere, you know? We're progressing. We're progging life a little bit. Now I just need high parses. My ass was broke in my early 20s. Well, I'm broke in my late 20s, so such is life. You know, if someone hired, that'd be really cool. Wouldn't have to be so broke. Just got to 24 a few days ago. Hey, happy late birthday, man. Welcome to the almost mid-20s, man. 30 was chill, and I got a week till 31. Hell yeah. Such is life. I'm excited for 30, man. Most people are like scared, and I'm just like, I don't know. I feel like that's... Maybe it's just because everyone tells me that it's the peak years are like your 30s. I really can't say that 25 to 30 was that peak for me. I spent most of it on VR chat, so... And the internet. A lot of birthdays in this chat right now, though. What the hell? I think, like, early 20s for me was just terrible, like... everything. It's just terrible, man. I'm ready to move on. I think I'm in a better place mentally now. I'm in a better place physically. I'm in a better place. Maybe not emotionally, but, you know, we'll take mentally and physically. Probably. Hopefully. 28 next month. Hey! You know, thank God most people are, like, in the same age group. In this community. A lot of people's parents were fucking, what was 9 months ago? Halloween, Thanksgiving. Man, so not only, the turkey was not the only thing getting stuffed, huh? Sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Oh, thank God, someone uses the XDDs. Listen, those are my favorite emotes. I love it. I love seeing them. What the hell? Oh, in the car? Sleepy. Literally my favorite emotes on Twitch.tv. S tier. Everything else, every other emote, I would put in, like, A tier. XDDs, S tier. XDX, S tier. Blood. Dude. Listen, Panic at the Disco. Enough. I'm sorry. Old Panic was just better. It is what it is. Gas! Holy moly. All worked up. Dark and cold is night. I'm not doing time. I can't. I don't know. He's got gas. I need gas. I'm low on gas and you need a jacket. What the hell happened? Hello? What the hell? Excuse me? Don't do that. Don't do this. Hi. What is in your car? Before... For August, it means your parents did it in December. Ah, Christmas time. Dad was cosplaying Santa Claus, wasn't he? Oh, no. A stocking stuffer. Oh, no. Please no farting. Please no farting in the chat room here. I'll turn this car around, I swear it. I'll do it. Hey. The hamster thing is like A+ tier. It was the dog. Rune, stop farting. Now. Classic Rune. And I won't lie. Alex Savage solo did not go well, so well. That's probably very fair. I didn't think about, like, level 80, yeah, probably not, but... It do be Savage. The most ideal thing is just, is pick, like... Black Mage. And just do a... I don't know. A couple Fire Force. I'm excited to see what the Fizz range is gonna be. You turn around, it's still a long drive. Yeah, you're right. It's probably a longer drive now to go back. Can you believe that? We're finally, like, more than halfway. That was the Falconer. I think they want to, like, separate a little bit from your typical Final Fantasy classes, is what they said. It'd be really cool for it to be a pet class, but I'm also down for, like, dual crossbows. Listen, as long as it isn't Bard, and it isn't Machinist, I'll probably enjoy it anyway. But if it was leaked, no, was it? I thought it wasn't. In any case, if it is like a pet class ranged with like a rifle or something, that would be sick AF. Sick AF, man. Now, if it's dual crossbows, GG's. I'm never playing another class. That is the end of Black Mage. I don't want to learn Dancer either. I kind of just keep forgetting that Dancer's a Fizz ranged. Dancer's really good. It's just... uber super supportive. And, me personally, I'm extremely selfish, and I just want to DPS. So I'll play Black Mage and stand in AoEs, and that's my life. I mean, at the end of the day, even the DPSs without, like, supportive skills, they're supporting because they're doing the damage, man. You know? Come on. Oh, I did hear the name Zephyr, yeah. I think we got the best hint we could with the trailer. Yoon likes Dancer, he tells me. Like, Dancer's cool. It really is, like, a good job. But... like, first of all, your dance partner has to be really good, and so do you. Otherwise, there's no... like, the whole dance partner thing is... what the... what? No. No. Stop. 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 This is the wrong version. I want the Shrek one. This is what I get. And I'm hurt. You can't park there, mate. Lord, sorry, bruv. Sorry, bruv. It was just a minute in it. A healer or tank so I can queue solo. Pick warrior for tank. You don't even need healers. You can really just solo the dungeon. That's my suggestion to everyone. If you want to do solo, like, raid content, paladin. Solo dungeon content in the sense that, like, maybe you don't have a great healer. It happens sometimes. I don't blame them. It's fine. Boom, there you go. Warrior. You'll stay alive. You simply won't die. Home gang if things go too bad. Sage is great. I need to relearn Sage. I need to actually learn, like, a healer. Someone ever fall in love with someone ever fallen. For love with someone that you ever heard of. I think this is the thaw version. You're thawed, dude. You're thawed. Like a turkey. DPS is offensive support. I mean, it is. It is. It is. I'll stick to Monk. I really hate Monk. But the people who play Monk, I'm so happy for them because, like, they're doing something I'm incapable of, clearly. Dude, what a peak OST. You know what I mean? Like, just cue it up. Just cue it up, man. All of it. Do the entire Shrek 2 OST right now. There we go. Sage was my first healer, which was a bit rough because you start with level 70. I hate that. Let it be known, I really hate. I understand the premise, but I hate when there's a new job that releases and it starts at, like, the level before the last expansion's max. Because I don't learn them from level 1 then. It's like, what the hell, man? I'm not stopping you for this stupid house. Ugly! No, I'm rethawed. I still have it ready to go on my desktop if I want to play some Tony Hawk's. Dude, frick Tony Hawk. He's not even cool. Started Picto in Heavensward. I had like 4 buttons. Yeah. I just... like... any job that I start from scratch, I will already set up the hotbars. Even with, like, the spells I don't have unlocked. Because it's just easier for me. But still, man. Come on, man. Let me just have the option to start from level 1. I know it's a longer grind, but... sometimes I don't feel like hitting a target dummy for 2 hours to learn my rotation. Because everything changes. Every 10 levels. And then you start me at level 80, man. An hour in front of a training dummy to learn a class and set up my hotbars before doing anything with it. Yep. The proper methodology of rotationing in an MMO. Cluckenbell Farm Raid is also a decent solo, yeah. It is. It is very good solo. I literally run those every once in a while. Just I spend a day running all of them solo. Cause why not? Free money. Okay. I really hate when it hard stops like that. Evolved mode's gonna ruin everything. In a good way. I think it's gonna be good, it's just gonna ruin everything for me. He's nerd cool? Nerds can't be cool. Name one cool nerd. And if you name Tony Hawk, that proves my point. You, dude, it's like, I knew you would say that. What is this shit? Stop. No frau. Also, what's up, H. Brown? Henry Cavill? Okay. Okay. I suppose that's one cool nerd. I can get behind that. Problem, baby. What's the problem, man? Yeah, okay. Henry Cavill? Matt Mercer? Alright, fine. Two cool nerds. No, I noticed you earlier, but like... I forgot to say hi. I'm not a skater, but I love watching Casso when they come out. I used to be a skater. I used to be like a super skater, dude. I knew how to kickflip. It's basically like super gamer. Ben Starr? No, I hate that guy. I'm just kidding. Ben Starr's fun. Guys, you're not supposed to be able to name cool nerds. It's not, you're defeating, this doesn't make sense. That's not fair, man. Back in the day, nerds were the ones getting bullied in school. Now nerds are cool. Like, it's cool to like anime. You know what I mean? Let me name all of Critical Role. That's not fair. They're fake nerds. I'm gonna say it. Yeah, they're just fake nerds. They're just acting for the plot. Weebs. Yeah, man. Weebs used to get bullied relentlessly. Now it's like, dude, you watch Naruto? What? You didn't watch Naruto? Oh my god, acting for the plot of D&D game. Yeah, that's exactly it. They're acting. They're not real nerds. It's all for the money. They're still bullied. There are uncool nerds too. There's a whole song about it, Bloodhound Gang. Normies playing the role, but it's fine. No, I actually genuinely think that Critical Role's a bunch of nerds. They really are. I mean, it is part of their job. It is. But they're all a bunch of doofuses. Absolutely. Henry Cavill is like super nerd. He's so nerdcore, that he didn't want to make more money off of Netflix and whatever for the Witcher like Netflix show because he didn't like that it went off the plot from the books. That man is based. But they're bullied less because like I think the term nerd has changed over the years, you know? Like yeah, you could be a nerd for playing games, but I feel like so many people play like video games now. Back in high school when I was like yeah, okay, they'll play FIFA and they'll play like a Call of Duty game. Being nice is the new cool. Would you say I'm nice? Do you guys think I'm a nice person? When you want to be. What does that mean? I think Henry Cavill refused to stop talking in the book's original Polish language on set. Wait, what? I don't. Is that true or are you just kidding? I didn't know that. You know what? Nice is the new cool is like, it reminds me of VR chat. Because I was like, I don't know, like, sometimes a little shit, but I always checked in on people if they were isolated in lobbies and stuff. It just reminds me of like, you think I got him? He's dead! Haha! Loser! Sleepy? Video games are our generation's media of choice. I should say that to like the elders of the family when they're like, why don't you watch movies or anything? I'm like, I don't know. I can play games instead. I bet, you know, your parents asked you why you weren't doing this thing when you were my age or something. Wow, this is the worst garage we've ever entered. Snoop? Okay, Snoop Dogg, there's no way, man. That dude is like, not only is he everywhere, I mean, he's sort of a, well, I don't know. I don't consider someone that only plays one genre of a video game a gamer. And he only really plays sports games, I'm pretty sure. Maybe he plays GTA. I don't count that. That's like normie status. Ball and gun gamer, yeah. I don't consider ball and gun gamers real gamers. That's just the normie core, you know? Snoop Dogg already beat the game. Yeah, exactly. He's just side questing, dude. He already finished the MSQ. Oh, you made it up. I really believed it. I'm like, that does feel like something he would do. But don't. When I was growing up, if you didn't play COD, you weren't a real gamer. Yeah, yeah, but it's just, even back then, it was just normie games, you know? I also preferred Halo over COD. I played a lot of Halo multiplayer, Halo Reach. Being too opinionated is considered rude nowadays. It's probably true. COD or Halo. Yeah, but it was more like Call of Duty. Like, there was always the argument of, like, which one's better. But Halo 3 and Mountain Dew was the whole gamer thing back then? Exactly. Actually, true. I totally forgot about that. There's a whole convo to have about how the 2005-2015 gamer community was all toxic masculinity. That's probably true. I don't even know. The Xbox days were crazy. The new Mountain Dews that kill sperm count. I think it might have been for the best. Modern Warfare 2's gameplay shenanigans were goated. What's up, Juicy Sour? My favorite COD game was World at War. It just had like the peak zombies, man. Derice. Love that one. Cracks open 20-year-old Mountain Dew. No, wait. Wait. I got called gay for buying Fable 2 when it came out. You know what's funny though? I do remember stuff like that. But it's funny because then everybody was like, oh, you got Fable 2 but you didn't play Fable 3? You know, they have sex in that game. So you're lame. And it's like, oh, so now it's cool. Because Fable 3 has a sex scene. And look how it's evolved over time. Now if you play a game with a sex scene, you're a gooner. Jeech. It's the life we live in. That shit probably still good too. Oh god. I would assume not. All Fables have sex? I know, but... that kind of stuff still exists within those communities? Oh, they still absolutely do. Absolutely. It might even be worse these days. I mean, like, just based off of what race you play in an MMO, you'll get judged heavily as who you are as a person. And it might not even be, like, who you are. It's just the unfortunate stereotype of that race in the game. Man, that sounds awful, but it's literally true. You play a male aura, you're cooked. Like, I don't care if you'll pick Lalafell, but many of my previous experiences were Lalafell being overwhelmingly sexual around or towards me, and so I have a little bit of bad juju with them for that. No thanks, man. I'm good. If you just play Lalafell because you're silly and small, go for it. I don't really care. Go for it. I just have some bad experience, but I don't judge. Now, if you act the way they did, yeah, then we gonna have a problem. I heard Lalafell don't get hit on. That's tough. Unfortunately, I think the problem is they do. By male aura. Oh god. I can't see the horrors. I've only been hit on once. It was by another Lala. I mean, I guess it depends on the servers. Because I'm in the RP servers, shit gets a little wild. I'm in the NARP servers. I'm in the NARP server. Yeah, listen, the child RP or any sort of sexual things, hell nah, man, hell nah. Get that away. This is where we start trucking them. Full blast, kick them into the stratosphere. But I have friends who play Lalafell and they just do it because it's funny or because they're small. Whatever, you know, I don't care. It's even funnier when they got like the big mustache. Somehow I made that conversation revolve right back to Final Fantasy. Like, god damn it, man. Joe even made the comment on like, yeah, it exists within those communities still. Bring it right back to Final Fantasy. It's a topic that not everyone can talk about. Sorry, guys. All right, it's like the one MMO that I committed to from the beginning, and I got, you know, I can talk about that one more than like World of Warcraft. I mean, RuneScape's like the #1 one that I can talk about, but in RuneScape, there is no support. I mean, I guess there kind of is, but primarily not really. You do everything solo, man. You got your potions. RuneScape's like a introvert simulator. The introvert MMO, until you have to do Shield of Arav. Then you have to talk to someone. This quiet restaurant has signal? Hell yeah, you getting sushi or what? Silly small guys. I'm gonna get into GTRP. I say that every time, though. I don't know if I can take myself seriously enough. I do scuffed RP for a reason. I think I would have fit in better with, like, the previous iterations of, like, NoPixel people, because they RP'd in character, but, like, it was a lot of OOC jokes that weren't exactly, like, against the rules. Or people just didn't care. I think I was more suited for that. RuneScape was so hyped today, I ran the Gnome obstacle course for 4 hours. Like, what do you talk about? Literally nothing. I mean, like, if you do Grandmaster quests, I guess, you can talk about that. Peak RuneScape content is doing the Grandmaster quest lines. Quests. Oh. Like a glove. I'm gonna go out and get food, but I feel bad because I just spent 200 on a Hatsune Miku MTG. Jesus Christ. That'll do it, I guess. To be fair, it's a whole deck. I pray for all Magic the Gathering people. I hope they can recover. My friend's obsessed with it. He tells me every day how he has no money to hang out. And then the next day, I see him post something, like in the Discord or something, of like, he just bought like a $300 pack of Magic the Gathering stuff, and I'm like, alright, dude. Just say you would rather play a card game than hang out. It's fine. You can be honest. I get it. It's fine. Yo, you want to go to the beach? You know, we haven't hung out in 5 years. Oh, dude, I'd love to, but I'm like really broke right now. Maybe like next week. Alright, dude, no worries, no worries. Scrolls through Instagram. Sorry, there's a UFO that just shut off my goddamn macaw. Hey! What's your problem, man? Pretty green eyes. Nope. This is Rock Casper. The trading card game player. Chase RP, bro, there's so much of that in Chase. Layers and layers of jokes. Yeah, I'm not funny enough, man. Dude, those people are hilarious. I'd be watching, like, Space Boys, for example. Just immensely hilarious. What the hell going here? Gas! Woohoo! We're running out of fuel. No, 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 no. Rock Casper. Ol. Bro, what a mess, man. Who left this place here? Gaius. 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 The hell's this? Lock the taskbar. No. I'm gonna have it auto-hide. Prize! Greetings! Hopefully a school is going good. Yeah, hope it's going good. Miku! I haven't spent too much on Magic Gathering in the last year. But last year I went overboard. The Final Fantasy set pulled me into the series. So all my time has been that, and my wallet has been happy. Honestly, fair. Yeah. I just like my old free income. The income that I was able to spend was just on books. I'm a little bit of a annoyed, a little bit of a nerd. Ah! That and MMO subscription costs. It's a shit show right now? Oh no, bro. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hopefully it settles down halfway through the year. A compass in it built in. My Fitbit's never had this. Whoa, this guy got a compass. Wicked, you'll never get lost now, man. Unless someone EMPs you, well, that would suck. Hopefully by next week it'll settle down. One can hope. Part native, I have a very good sense of direction. Oh, I don't. I could learn a thing or two from you guys, like... I'm absolutely stupid with directions. Like, I might know exactly where something is. Someone might ask me. Yo, dude, where's, like, the Wawa? Where's the closest Wawa, dude? I mean, like, oh... Yeah, you're gonna go straight down this road, and then you go take a right, and then a left. And I'm gonna be wrong. I just know I'm gonna be wrong. I've given someone wrong directions before. I mean, it was, like, close enough. It's not like I send them in the opposite direction, right? My god, when's the last time someone asked me for directions? It's been, like, 15 years. Ah, ads in progress. Do I even just stop here for this? What are they gonna miss? Me going up a hill? Olge. On God, though. I don't remember the last time someone asked me for directions. Everyone got GPS now, man. What's the point? It's been like 15 years since, like... And I remember exactly... It was a couple. The lady was blonde, and the dude was, like... black hair and, like, a... what is it? God damn it. Short black hair, and they had, like, a goatee. That's what it was. They had a goatee. And they were trying to find, it might have been a 7-Eleven. Think so. Something like that. And I was like, yeah, let's just go this way. 15 years ago. It's sad that I remember the last person I gave directions to. But back then it was a lot more frequent. I swear, like... It was like 3 times a year people would ask for directions. And now everyone got their GPS and their smartphones. They ain't never gonna get lost. Boat. Perfect timing because we're running out of fuel. Or we're at the halfway point at least. I mean, there's certainly places that I'll, like, remember effortlessly how to get to them, but it's just because I've done it so many times, right? Gets attention. I can't tell people actual directions. It's always random visuals. Okay, so keep following the road. When you get to the orange building on the corner, follow that around. You'll see a church in front of you. No, I mean, I can sort of do that too. But it's easier for me to... Because I can name the streets. I try to avoid doing that, though, because, like, I don't know, some people just don't notice it. So I'm not going to be like, yeah, go down the road, take a right on 15th. And then when you get to Washington Street, you're gonna do the U-turn. You're gonna U-turn on Washington. Then you're gonna have to drift around on Chicken Boulevard. Adrenaline is pumping. Generator. Automatic lover. Atomic overdrive. I've just gotten someone's car before because it was easier than giving directions. What the hell? Never done that before. Let the bass. And there's no gas. Me when I'm low on gas and you need a jacket. Please be gas. Please. Dang it. Dang it all. It never helps people? I wonder why. Thank you. I'm glad someone posted it. If at least one person didn't post it throughout that entire instance, I would have failed like I felt like a failed streamer. I really would have. I would have ended stream right then and there. Well, it's not I'm low on gas and you need a jacket, but it's Pierce the Veil, so here we go. She sits up high, surrounded by the sun, 1,000,000 branches, and she loves everyone. Snow is very directionally challenged. I believe it. Just from the games we've played. Out of control. Where did it go? Woohoo! Big deal. Oh! Hey, get out of here, my car. Which is funny because whenever possible, she prefers to not drive. If I give them those directions, I always feel so bad because they're like, okay, that's super helpful, thank you, super smiley, super thankful. I walk down the street, come back, see them 10 feet down the street asking someone else for help. Oh no, Joe, you're griefing them. Yo, Mali. Oh, he spawned on the road. Why he do? They just don't want to follow visuals. I don't know, man. It's given paragraph vibes. Where's my tire? Where's my snare? Yo, banger. Hey. Hey! Stop! Alright, great. Is that my tire? What the hell is that? We wouldn't get a spoken word wall of Joe, would we? Well, me personally, I would get lost. Granted, I am also really good with visual directions as opposed to other ones, so... I'm more likely to forget if someone's like, yeah, you're gonna take a left, but you're gonna wait on the next right. So you're gonna take that left, but then you're gonna wait for the third right afterwards. You think I'm gonna remember that? Hell no. I actually would probably remember, where the hell is my tire, dude? I should have a backup. Dude, I need you to fact check. Is Leaf actually 46? Yes. She is indeed 46. So you're getting in the car with them sometimes? Hard right! Triple caution! Triple caution! They're like, what the hell is this guy saying? Help! Twitch clip that. No one's gonna give directions like left 100 meters, right 30 meters, left 20 meters. Everyone has to give a full description. Surely I have a backup tire, right? Where is my backup tire? This is extremely problematic. I definitely had one. Oh my god. Everything's lost. I can't proceed without a tire. God, what a banger! What a banger! Wait, what's that? Is that my door? It is. I mean, how could it have been flung that far, dude? What that? What that right there? I saw that pixel. That better not be a rock. It's a rock. I don't know how far I flew, dude. No, that's not a boulder, alright? It's not a boulder, man. It's a rock. Irish liked my dad joke today. Because Leaf was like, I should be bald during the winter time. And I'm like, nah. Age like a fine pine. I'm also 46. No, but how crazy would it actually be? What the shit is this? If, like, your favorite streamer ended up being, like, 50. I don't know how far we strayed from the thing, but I think I'm just gonna travel back to the... Stand proud. You are strong. It's like the highest honor. Thank you. Thanks, Grandpa. His name is Northern Lion. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. High above me. Good thing there's no bushes around. Every day I worry all day about what's waiting in the bushes for us. Something's waiting in the bushes. Wait, no, wait. About what's waiting in the... Every day I worry all day about what's waiting in the... What? 49 times I fought that beast. Your old man and me. He had a chicken leg with duck feet. What the hell? What? We got a chicken duck waiting for us. Every day I worry all day about what's waiting in the bushes of love. Something's waiting in the bushes for us. That's what it was. 49 times we fought that beast.
49 times we fought that beast.
Your old man
and me. And had a chicken head
Duck,
with
duck feet.
with a woman's face too.
Oh, that's rad.
It was waiting in the bushes for us. Then it ripped off your dad's face. He was screaming something awful. In fact, there was this huge mess and I had to change the floors.
The floors?
You see his blood, it drained into the boards and I had to change them. But we all got a chicken duck woman thing waiting for us.
Every day I worry all day about what's waiting in the bushes of love. Something's waiting in the bushes for us.
Something's
Waiting in the bushes of love. Every day I worry all day.
I was waiting in the bushes of love. Something's waiting in the bushes for us. Something's waiting in the bushes of love. Yo, never knew my dad, he didn't care about me. Dead horizon is all my macro binoculars see.
I'm going really far back for potentially no tires.
My aunt and uncle double sons and sipping blue milk. My aunt and uncle double sons, I'm sick of blue milk. But then a desert hobo came and told me we all got a chicken, dog, woman thing waiting for us. Every day I worry all day. I was waiting in the bushes of love. Something's waiting in the bushes for us. Yeah, something's waiting in the bushes of love. Yeah, every day I worry all day. I was waiting in the bushes of love. Something's waiting in the bushes for us. Something's
I think it despawned. Where is it?
Hold me when I open like a flower.
Did I travel that far? We're cooked.
I ain't had to bake for a girl in a
Long time. A long time.
I think my cooking's awesome. I've got her picture in my
Photo wagon.
I keep it poppin'. Yeah, she'd probably love to honky tonk.
Honky tonk.
That's what I said. Waiting for us. I used to ride across the desert, you know. I used to glide on my speeder, faith that I don't find, but I don't wanna find. Waiting for me around the corner, oh no, no. Waiting for us. I used to ride across the desert, you know. I used to glide on my speeder, faith that I don't find anymore. Crispy bodies by the door. 49 times. Yeah.
Gotta travel all the way freaking back. Oh, okay. Yo, Wolfie man, hope your day at work is fast and not furious. I can't just give one out seconds after saying that. Hope you understand. Oh no. The long walk already. Yeah, dude, we're playing the game, see? Something that I need and I like, so give it to me. Like you, cause you got that something that I need in my life. You. I remember the AK. Yeah, it's a little modded. I don't know where this tire is, man. Grinning anime women? I think you mean, where's my gachi? We need some Billy emotes in here right now. Yeah, I broke the FOV. That's something that I need in my life, so give it to me. Like you, cause you got that something that I need in my life, so... Oh. I think we used to have the emote for the song. But, you know... The fresh blood viewers, they don't know the meme. They don't know it like that. Like. Bogan. Yeah, Ricardo. I am toilet. This guy turned into a toilet. How did he do that? Boys, boys, boys. Boys, boys, boys. Boys, boys, boys. I removed all of the bloody foliage, and I literally still cannot find... Is it my tire? Or is that a rock? Dude, there's a tire behind that tire-shaped rock, man! That's it. If I don't find this tire in the next 5 minutes, I'm inflicting everybody in chat with the testicular torsion curse. For approximately 30 seconds. My scroll is only strong enough for that long. Not long enough to do permanent damage, but enough for pain. What the hell's that? Oh, it's a rock. God damn it! Everything's a rock around here. My tire, man! What? How do I lose my extra tire? Like, for real. Did someone else have a random testicle again? Just lurking here, and weird shit happen. I'm just saying, it is more valid to choose a third testicle than a second scrotum or a second dick. I just think it's the more valid choice of all of those three options. Dude, when I read that, I just think of the kid that tried to do it and like recorded it and sent it and put it on TikTok. It's like the, how you doing, baby girl? How you doing? Maybe I can still drive without one tire. This might be the end. Okay, wait. Maybe this is front wheel drive. What do I do? Dude, stop auto-saving. We're already cooked. I have a feeling this tire, like... Hey, wait, stop. Hey, wait, stop. Hey, wait. So now you go! Oh, so now you drive. Oh, and now you stopped. There's no way there'll be a split car or another tire over there. But it's the closest thing that I can get to. Alright. We're going to the stupid tower. Second dick could be fun, though. Third testicle, while better than second testicle, is just there to be extra for no fun. Well, it's there... not for more fun, but for the security. What if one of them died? What if one of them is cooked? I would hope they're not cooked. Smash enough, I'm good with 2. Fine. I see you guys don't care about the health potential. Screw it. See if I care. Enjoy your 2 dicks. I hope that they get, like, twisted when you try to helicopter them. That's what I hope. You won't be able to do the helicopter anymore. No more windmill dick, because you got 2 of them. So they collide. And ruin the experience. Fat load... I don't care about... That's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking... what if one of them has, like, cancer? Boom. Remove the one that does, you got 2 again. It's all good. It's all good. Call me Johnny 2 dicks. Whatever, man. Y'all don't see the true potential. Y'all just want 2 dicks. You can be on, like, cooldown, man. You got the 30-minute cooldown. I bet you the cooldown reduces when you got 3. What if I can braid the wieners together like a flump? Not for any use or anything, I just think it'd be neat. Now, what if you just randomly get erect in that process, and they're like, you know, braided together? Then what? You think they'll just untie on their own? Like some Medusa snakes? King of the hose and explodes? What the fuck are you saying? It's not my fault you went to the toilet. They can do the fusion dance, and you get god dick. One can only hope. I can go down to the science, but I feel like I shouldn't. I'm just saying, man. There are more benefits to three testicles. It might even lower the odds of testicular torsion, you know? It's more compact. There's just no way, man. I've never been to this thing before. Isn't this just water? Great. Traveled all the way here. For some water. But if someone casts testicular torsion on you, all three get twisted. That is true. That is true. In these instances, you would probably want to avoid getting that casted on you. Because that would be 3 times the pain. Human anatomy is much larger than the average. Can't relate. Is this the sugar on the asphalt? My tire, man! I mean, literally what happened to it? It must have, like, merged under the map. The problem is, my last save was like, I did have a spare. I had one, man. It's gone. What happened to the tire, even? Sugar on the asphalt. I mean, what do I do? The coil wagon was not saved since... Wait. Yeah. What is that? I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna start walking. Like insects laying thousands of eggs. Can you imagine if humans laid thousands of eggs? I despair, now it's gone. It's the same man who wants an extra yeah, but you know what? The spare was beneficial for that. And I don't have the original. Is that how far it is? Are we serious right now? Oh no, it's to my left. It's a really long drive. You should go back. I hope there's quicksand here that just ends it all. I'm just saying though, if this run is cooked here, it's cooked here. This will be the end of the long drive. Like the Mola Mola laying 30 million eggs? What? Is that real? We don't lay that many eggs, but some of us do. Drop thousands of other stuff. Well, I don't drop things. Was there ever an original in the first place? I guess it depends what you consider an original. Not a single piece of the car that we have is the original. I don't think I can get a 40 stream streak. It's okay, streaks are scuffed as hell. I'm surprised there are people with like 300 plus. Okay, there has if a bus spawns here, I'm done, man. You can never end. I mean, I can. If I don't have a tire, I literally cannot go forward. It would be over. I'm not reloading to the last time we played. It would be over. This would be the end of the long drive. The end is never the end, 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 is never the end. Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
Dick.
That's what I'm saying, man. 290-ish or 300 stream streak and then the streamer stops streaming. That'll happen, man. That'll happen. It really do be happening like that sometimes. Back to work, back to work. Good luck, guys. May be a fast and swimmingly easy day. Remember me when you win $1 million.
Oh, I only realized now.
Okay, man. H Brown. Thank you, man, for the 32-month resubberino, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back for 32 months. I'm trying to work that one on for a while. Yeah, that's an extremely rare alert. If every other alert that I have is about 25% chance, that one is like 0.005% chance. I'm not even kidding me. Kidding me? I'm not even kidding you. I fixed all of my alerts as well. Because they didn't have TTS. That went on for a while. Not the sub alert, but the end is never the end line. Well, that's just how it goes, man. That's how it is. Stanley Parabola. I'm trying to work. I'm sorry, man. I feel like you should explore when you get back into VR chat, either with Leaf or inevitably when you get hooked back on VR chat. Nucleus 1 and 2. I'll keep that in mind. I'll probably forget, but I'll keep that in mind. Wow. Not only is it a bus, but it is a bus with not a singular tire. That's immaculate. Like, you can't make it up. You really can't. I just like that you added inevitably get back into VR chat. That's definitely not gonna happen. Like, maybe if I got over the PTSD... maybe then. Oh, wow. Paint. Do I die? God, I wish. Wait, I did! I actually died. What? Okay. Yeah, that's probably how it should end, but... Apparently Moon joined to you saying the end is never the end is never the end, which was something I say over and over. During the Nucleus map, I see. PTSD? Don't tell me you walked in on two people ERPing. Oh no, I do that all the time, and I make fun of them, because if they're doing it in public, then I deserve to bully them for it. My friend Nuffle and I did that quite a few times. It was hilarious. But I think some people were into it. So it kind of defeated the purpose. I just think if you're gonna ERP in public, you absolutely deserve to deal with the repercussions of two really ugly avatars sitting and, like, making random gross noises to you. I wonder if Irish is still watching, or better yet, if Moon suddenly dropped in. Dude, the song's... If only you... I'm patrolling, man. I'm really trying to find this tire, or at least some sort of replacement. Like, we got so far, man. But in the end, it didn't even matter. There's a lot of good VR chat maps nowadays. I know, I see, and like people tell me like what maps I would super love. The PTSD part was mostly a joke, but I do get like a massive rush of anxiety at the thought of booting up VR chat. Like, it's actually really bad. Guess that's what happens, man, when you only live on VR chat for the entirety of COVID. It's pretty bad. I mean, where could this tire have flown off to, if not under the map at this point? My only real option, unironically, is to walk all the way to the diner. That heavy armored guy last night was so funny. I was telling them about it. I was like, dude, how do you even kill that guy if one full stealth it? I just don't understand. Let's go in VR. I mean, I will at some point. I just think, like, if you were a streamer during the times of, like, COVID VR chat, something, like, had to have mentally embedded into your brain. Especially if you were in the streamer lobbies. Like, it's... probably affects everyone differently, but... that's why I say, if I get back into VR chat, dude, like... if I really did... it would be solo lobbies. I don't know if I would let anyone join. Joining Just Dance was a lot of fun. But like... I was like, dude, I'm about to have a meltdown. I shouldn't be here. That shit was crazy. Oh no. Wait. Was the diner even further back? Dude, I think it's over, guys. Low key, I don't know where the tire went. I think it might have like merged through the floor because Unity moment. Streamer lobbies lower my IQ even now. I didn't know if they were still a thing, to be honest. I would just do my own thing. Solo world, chill. Vibes. Why you no have song requests? Because last time I wanted to put up song requests, chat was like, no, that's not our job. You're the streamer. You should be playing the music. Now, that was like 3 years ago, but I took it to heart. So now I only play my own music. And honestly, it's probably the better choice. Because if people play music that I don't like, I'll just skip it. And then they're gonna be offended when I'm like, yeah, this song is dog shit. Granted, that doesn't happen often, but it has happened before. I respect your music taste. Thank you. I try my best. I know some people are like, man, you could really do with some country music in here. Like, we have some, we do. If it was like fully 100% my choice what music I would play. Don't say it is. I play this playlist solely because everyone can enjoy it. If I played only the music I want to listen to on stream, you guys would go insane. Like, not everyone can get into Swancore. It also wouldn't fit the theme of, like, most games, so. This is so fucked. You can't actually talk in those lobbies, content farm. I mean, there was no time to have, like, genuine conversation. I would go from one person, be like, yo, what's up? And go to the next one. And we would just be jumping around between people. But my thing isn't streamer lobbies, really. My thing is just the events that happened behind the scenes that have, like, just inflicted me with permanent anxiety about VR chat. And it's just like, it's why I just tend to myself, do my own thing now, you know? I don't want to deal with it anymore. It's easier when I join someone like Leaf. Because typically the people there are... I'm not gonna say normal. I know them well enough to know there wouldn't be issues later. That being said, I just don't really have the interest in being on VR chat as often anyway. Like, I don't enjoy it as much as I used to. I would prefer just sitting in a Discord call, which I haven't even... I don't even do that, really, these days. Sometimes. It also depends on the day. Oh my god, it's there. I see it. This is our only saving grace, bro. I have to bring a tire all the way from there. I mean, that's what Leaf does. They're invite only. Dude, if I'm just trying to vibe as well, I don't need some nuisance, like, person being annoying in a lobby, you know? Desktop or on site? That was b-hopping my blackout lobby? Jesus Christ. Dude, this is my favorite song by Michael Jackson right here. Of all time. How popular is the song anyway? I don't really, like, I assume Billie Jean is his most popular, and then Thriller, and then what, like... What is it? The World? Not The World. What is it? You know what I mean. We are the world, we are the children, right? It's probably his third most. Is it? Maybe not, actually. Show in Apple Music. Michael Jackson. Billie Jean #1, right? Figures. Wait, Thriller isn't even top 5? This is Apple Music, so it's a little different, but... Billie Jean, Remember the Time, Chicago, Beat It, Rock With You, Human Nature. What? This seems wrong. Ah! I missed these alerts, man. Yo, Valentine. Thanks for the 51-month resubberino, man. Appreciate it. Welcome back, bro. Man in the Mirror? It's not even there either. I would have to check Spotify. Now, if all of the cars despawned here, it really is over. Rock With You. Yeah, they're bangers. They do be bangers. But I have intention to, like, go back to VR chat. I feel like it's one of those things you just don't escape. I mean, it's kind of inevitable for me because all of my friends are on it. All of my main friends. And it's nice to hang out with them. I just wish it would be not exclusive to VR chat sometimes, but I understand. I get it. I understand. I'm just also a lazy shitter, man, and I don't feel like setting up my entire VR like thing every time. I need like a separate computer. There's no way that there was no car here at all. No way. No. Okay, wait, saved. Unless... What? I actually refuse to believe there is not a single tire here. And when this is over, it means in 8 hours desert bus stream, well, it'll be 16 hours because it would be to the end and back. That is if EO still wants to do it. Chat, thoughts on the color pink? Should I just take the big tire just in case? Hey! Cold pink or warm pink? Gotta be warm, dude. Like hot pink, man. Like the pink that my GTA character wears. Got into it more lately. Good color. A warrior's color. Hey. I feel like hot pink is more a cold pink. It's a cold pink? What makes it warm or cold? Like, more red or blue hue to it? I don't know why. The way he says tango there. Play it again. Say it again. The hell does tango mean? Tango. Yeah. Yeah. The song's a banger, man. I got. Oh. Well, what does he got? More red, more warm. So more blue, more cold? Blue versus red. Roses are red. Violets are blue. I got the black shirt. Hey, me too. I'm wearing one right now. Dance, Gavin, dance. My wardrobe has become like 50% Dance, Gavin, dance t-shirts. That's what I'm gonna add to my throne from now on. I still don't know who bought the thing, by the way. The alien morph suit. The unitard. Puerta. What does that mean? There's some words that you hear, or I hear at least, and I'm just like, I like that word. What do it mean? Tengo. Puerta. Door? Odd poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. You got the black shirt? Hey, I do too. I like it. I should be a poet. No, it's just funny. I think about the color pink and how back in the olden days, it's just like, men plus pink, just, it was like shunned. It was frowned upon. But now I see a lot of people wearing pink. Granted, it's usually salmon or like hot pink. Salmon. I want to play the song again. Sorry ahead of time. I thought you meant the old days. Old enough. Pink was a masculine color, was it? Pink for boys got trendy was weird. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like... Listen, I didn't, but like, if I had a pink t-shirt or something, I wore it at home back then, dude, they'd be like, what's wrong with you? Pink? It's not my favorite color by any means, but... Yellow remains like one of my least favorite colors. But the problem is that I still like the color yellow. It's just lesser enjoyed. Cold pink is e-girl pink. E-girl pink. Metrosexuals. They're sexually attracted to metros? Girl pee. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whatever you're into, you do on your own time, eh? Warm pinks can look nice on a t-shirt. True. True. I'm only really asking because I was thinking about my GTA character and my motorcycle and how it's black pink. Like the K-pop group. Well, the one that used to exist. It's no longer. Not related to sexuality, it's just vain dudes. Neon pink and black is cool as shit. That's what I'm saying. But isn't that hot pink? It's hot pink. Or is it neon? It's hot pink? Pink? Pink Floyd? Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd! Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd. Pink. Pink, the artist. Wow, so original. These people with the color, with a color in their name, their artist name. So original, man. Just imagine having a color in your username. It'd just be so cringe. Back in the 2000s, men were still toxically masculine and had to come up with a term to allow themselves to give a shit about their looks. It was really funny today in Leaf's chat because she's like, why are all the straightest men so, like, gay with each other? And I just think it's a sense of being secure about who you are to the point where you can be comfortable with that. I don't know. Does that make sense? I don't know really how to word it without it sounding like bad. I don't mean it in a bad way. I'm just saying, like, Ghost and I are very obviously straight, so I think we get nothing out of Kiss a Homie. That's my thought process on that. Where's my car, by the way? Is it still further down, or did it despawn? After this entire journey, if my car despawned, I'm gonna be pissed. Stare. Yeah, sorry, H. Brown, you got caught in that, but I only meant that as a Koyo Red insult, you know? That dude had red in his name. You guys and your hues. Black, white, green, or blue. The hue flamingo. Oh, oh. If you're multicolored, that's cool too. You don't need to change. It's normal being the same flamingo. Oh, oh, oh. What's the yellow one, Yuland? Also, hi, Yuland. Non-binary. Oh. He just died walking to a rock. Hello? Sorry, a boulder. What a loser. Bro couldn't even jump over a boulder. He just died. The straightest dudes are confident in their sexuality that they can joke about homoeroticism. The ones that are toxic masculine are afraid of what they'd discover if they didn't act what people assume masculine would be. I didn't want to say it in a way that was, like, offensive. But the people who get so, like, defensive about it in a chat. There were people in Leaf's chat doing it. I don't know, man. I get it, but like, it sounds very insecure when you make it so, you know? Is what I said offensive? Toxic masculinity is toxic. Fuck them. No, I agree. No, I agree with you. What I'm agreeing, and I'm transferring it over to earlier today in Leaf's chat because we were doing it, but then there were people in the chat that were like, yeah, sorry, I only do that with girls. And I'm like, all right, man. You really, like, there was no need. There was really no need, man. Like, you started saying a gender-free ideology? I see. I see. Yeah, I don't know all the terminology and stuff. I try not to... I try my best to word it in a way that's not offensive. Like, when we were playing GTA and I was saying, like, I call everybody dude and bro. But it's not meant in an offensive way to literally anyone. At all. That's just my brain. My skater brain has called everybody dude and bro since, like, the 2000s. Pretty sure the first person in America to talk to me called me bro. It's just embedded in my brain. I think my car despawned, by the way. Which would be extremely hilarious and comedic. Are we there yet? What's up, Rena? Well, we might have failed. I think it's Jover. If this car doesn't appear... I might have to reload all the way back to, like, the start. We've also spent 2 hours driving. Do you remember how far it was? I do think it was on a flat plane, so I think it might have been further down. Surely I left the brakes on, right? Like, we saw the tower for sure. Do you remember how far it was? I really don't. I think just down the hill. Maybe it'll respawn. I think if you go far enough, stuff does despawn, though. This could be a catastrophe waiting to happen. You know, I probably would have made it back to here if I just kept driving, though. Instead of walking away. Look! Isn't this where our car swerved? Or is this just appearance? I just hate that I have to clarify as a streamer because I feel like most people understand that I'm all-inclusive and not racist. But if these conversations pop up, or even if I ask about the color pink, I'm like, oh man, am I gonna start like a debacle here? I really hope not. I really hope not. All I'm saying is be whoever the hell you want to be, man. But it's funny how, like, things have changed over the years is all. Because, like, the color pink, I'm telling you, man. My car, I see it! We're so back! I can't wait for this to be the wrong size! Woohoo! Yippee! Yippee! Wahoo! The hell's that next to it? What? Is my car flipped over and destroyed? Not now. My pumpkin. My jack-o'-lantern. My jack. What is that? Is that the engine? Also, all my stuff. Okay. Yes! Wow, look how clean that is, though. What? I'm not all-inclusive. I'm gonna ban someone today. Honestly, based. Ban everyone. There was too much pink in the World Cup. There might have been a little bit of extra pink in there for sure. You yeeted it? Leave my car alone. This is all I have left. Just me and this long drive. And my dog. And my wife in the back seat. My dog, my wife, my car, the long drive. That's all I got left. Well, this song didn't age well. Could be worse, I guess. When did the song even release? Do the Chainsmokers even do music anymore, dude? When was their last release? They be smoking? Damn. Damn. Love and lust. Damn. All of us. Oh boy, on the freaking road again. I'm just glad the run isn't cooked. Like Arena said though, it's kind of unfortunate that this game hasn't had updates in like a trillion years. At this rate, I assume it's just abandoned forever. That's okay. We make it to the end. I'm never playing this ever again. I did hear that they're rewriting it, and that, like, the reason there haven't been updates beyond that, even just, like, dev posts, is because there's nothing to show off at the moment. Which, like, whatever. Whatever if so. Cool, I guess. I don't know if I would ever play this again if I make it to the end. Personally. Oh, it's terrible, man. If you have even one thing in the back of your car during a crash, it could, like, send you into the stratosphere. Instead, for us, typically, it just full stops us midair. I can't even do cool drifts, because it stops me if the movement's too much. Good failsafe, at least. If it still runs and the bugs aren't the most game-breaking, why do you need to keep supporting the game? It is early access. I don't really know. I mean, I don't really particularly care. But this game does have a pretty big, like, active community. It's actually kind of insane. If you ever look at the discussion threads and guides, there's like 5 new posts, like every hour or so. In all honesty, I think that if this game gets, like, fixed to the point of half the scuff that we deal with getting fixed, I think it'll lose its charm. I think the biggest part of this game to me is all the scuff makes it that much funnier. Oh my god, is that a functioning tire right there? Oh my goodness! Is this larger than the other one? Wahoo! Wahoo yippee, wahoo yippee! Well, listen, it could be worse. You could be, like, the biggest fan of the Calamity mod of Terraria, and everything could go completely south. Imagine if that happened. Guess you're gonna have to wait for a new mod. All the developers could abandon it and take away whatever they worked on in there, and... You know, if that happened, that'd be insane. It's even funnier if you were planning, like, a full playthrough of Calamity mod with your friends. That would be on stream. It'd be even funnier if that was meant to happen, like, soon. Hilarious, even. Good thing none of us are doing that, right? Dude, I've been waiting for Twilight Forest to be done since the dawn of time. On God. I mean, it literally has been over a decade. I swear I played, like, Twilight Forest in, like, 2013. or something. Aether mod got revived. To be fair, I do think like Twilight Forest got a fan modification edit of it, but you can be a fan of the fan-made Bao Bao game, then suddenly the lead creator of it just vanishes, and the rest of the team doesn't want to continue without him. I have never heard of that. Tragic, though. Was it like the... I do remember one, I think. Where it's like 2-player co-op or something, and you have to work together to like get over obstacles or so. Didn't they play it, the Bao Baos, or am I wrong? I'm so not up to date with Hololive anymore. My Hololive news is from people DMing me about it. That's pretty much it. And at this point, my excuse isn't even that Mumei's gone. It's just like... I think going to YouTube is too tedious to watch streams. I would absolutely watch more often if it was on Twitch. And even then, like, when they'd be live, I'm sure a different streamer that would prefers live. Lately, I have the perfect lineup, because I end stream, and I watch the second half of Soda stream, and then when he's done, I'll have, like, 2 other people that are probably live. Before my stream, I got... Lately, actually, no one. I will Leaf. Got Leaf. Hello? Something's stuck. Oh. I love the stop motion, like, nonsense this game, like, inflicts. Everything's flying out of my car somehow, man. I mean, to hell with it. I don't need that much. Bye. Wife gone. Dedicated bun to make them Bao Bao never got released, just clips? I don't know. Then how do you watch Doki Bird? I mean, I don't. I watched Doki Bird during the World Cup, and I watched Doki Bird indirectly yesterday because she was playing with Surefour. So I watched Surefour. Doki is great. I really thoroughly enjoy Doki, and sometimes she does stream on Twitch. I just can't be asked to watch on YouTube. And it's not even it's bad, it's just the chat culture is not the same, and I don't know. Unfortunately, this is my home. Damn, bro, you live like this? Yeah, I do live like this. It's bad. I committed in the days of Justin TV making my first Twitch account. It's cooked. RKO out of nowhere. Dude, that was crazy. I just don't care to watch streams. That's fair. I go through my eras where I don't. So remember that Twitch bot Curse and killed it? I forget about Curse voice all the time. But there was definitely an era where I used it. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell, what the Like a glove. Like a glove. Ain't nothing gonna break a my stride. You got your seatbelt on? Nope. There are no seatbelts, only death. Curse voice was kind of... Oh. Oh, no, it's not the song I thought it was. Finally off work. Work ya. Nice, man. Welcome to the land of the not work. But the land of the watch Aiko drive poorly. This drive kind of long. We're ahead of the halfway point at least. You know, there's some good news to all this. I worked 7 days. It's finally my day off. Well, then you didn't work 7 days, did you? Hit a pole you won't. Look, man, it just took me 2 hours, alright? To find a new tire. I'm not hitting anything anymore. We're at the halfway point. If I had to give up there, we would never play again. I like that, Joe, not just Joe, but he's typically the one that says it. He doesn't like when the vocalist of music is, like, overly British. You know, like Sleep Token and stuff. That's, like, my favorite part of some music. I don't even care about the actual instrumentals sometimes. Sometimes the vocals just being... Like, I mean, Adele's a good example, I guess, but... Actually, no, she's not. Half the time I can't hear her British. I hate kids with funny accents. Twitch, clip that. Why are you going so fast? Well, listen. It took us like 12 streams of this game to get to the halfway point. If every single one of those streams was more than 5 hours, gameplay-wise, not stream-wise, just imagine how much more that's gonna take to get to the end. 12 streams, about 5 hours each, driving numbers. I want to finish this goddamn game. Because then no one can ask for it ever again either. The meme will die. Because I beat the long drive. I will prove after 6 years, man. 6 years that I beat it. And then we can finally play other games, guys. Remember Minecraft when we played the SMP? The Only Neko's SMP, remember? I remember. I remember playing other games. Alright, my bad. 5 years. Also, what's up, Peanut? Sorry, I saw your emote earlier, but lost my train of thought. You sounded crazy there. Crazy? I was crazy once. I was crazy once, man. When I was a VR chatter. I was crazy once, man. I really was. You're still crazy? No, come on. I feel like I'm pretty normal these days. I think I'm pretty normal. ¿Dónde está el baño? Yeah. You got highway hypnosis, where we're going down a straight road, kind of hit autopilot in your brain. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, I think like the last 5 years of my life are just autopilot. This is why I don't remember anything. Ever since COVID, man, like the 2020s are just some weird, like, meshed together singular year. Like, what even happened last year, man? What even happened? By the way, someone redeemed Hydrate. I think it was Rena. Let me do that. Yummers! Water! I put lemon and mint leaves into my water. It's great. Brilliant, even. Lemon. I mean, as a kid, I used to just suck on a lemon. I'm not even kidding. Something was dreadfully wrong with me back then. Good thing I'm so normal now, right? Right, guys? Guys, right? I'm normal, right? Hello? Chat, can you hear me? Hello? Nor what? Norway! Norway! Let's go! I love Norway. You're from Norway? God, I wish. That'd be sick. Sometimes I'd be driving, then I kind of come back to life and hit the, how did I get here? That could be really concerning if you're driving a vehicle. Could be a little concerning, man. Lemon desserts are so good. I love lemon desserts. What is normal? Normal is that SpongeBob episode where he like stops being square and he's like, "Hi, how are you? Wonderful weather we're having. All right, see you around." That's me, guys. Hello, chat. I'm gonna be normal from now on. Please also be normal in the chat. Today we're driving a car. I'm gonna be on the correct side of the road. I'm gonna drive within the speed limit. And it's a little difficult right now because we're going uphill. But I'm going that's not normal. What do you guys put? That's not normal. That's not normal. That's not normal. What you guys are posting, that's not normal. Please be normal. Please be normal. Please be normal.
Deek.
Deek is not normal. Deek is not normal. That's not normal. Ban me? I will not ban you. That's not normal. Banning someone's not normal.
Deek.
Guys, come on. We're gonna look like weirdos. We're gonna look like weirdos, man. We're gonna look like creeps. And we have to sing it, man. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. The hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. You know? You want to sing that? You want to be weird? You want to be creep? You want to be a weirdo?
Deek.
We don't have Wide Among Us gay sex. It was banned. The fact that you got it all right, though, with all the capitalization is concerning. You can totally request it, though. Just add it with channel points. I'm a crepe. I'm a weirdo. What am I doing here? Screw it. You guys want to be normal? I won't be either. Screw it. I'm playing my own music now. Let's see how you like this right here. Hey, I can be normal. Look. Takes double damage from fighting type moves. Whoa! Damn, I forgot that this chat doesn't mind this kind of music. But sometimes I don't play it because I'm like, damn, I don't think they like this kind of music. Well, maybe not this music in particular, but... You don't mind screaming in music. Wonder what I should make for dinner. Tacos. Tacos. That sounds goated right now. I want some tacos. Just play a bunch of Euro beats. We did do that. Our third playthrough of this game. We played like Eurobeat Toho. Toho remixes and Eurobeat. I mean, listen, guys. This right here is Ico music. It really is. I don't know why he changed that lyric there, but that's okay. Half my wardrobe is Dance Gavin Dance merch. Sausage. Just play a bunch of emo shiz. At first, I wasn't a fan of this vocalist. But honestly, this new era of Dance Gavin Dance kind of peak. Might be the best. I don't know, kind of hard to beat Johnny Craig. I ain't stopping for that right there. I ain't stopping for none of that. Johnny Cash is pretty good. Johnny Cash is extremely good. No, no Secret Band. Oh, this is not Secret Band. Here, play, is this the one? This is actually good racing music right here. Turn that shit up. I can't. It like distorts my audio for some reason. I had to like change some things. I usually just keep this music to myself. Feel like not everyone's really into it. It's easier to just play old, like, bangers. Old banger jammers. Even the metalheads in chat, they're like, what the hell is Dance Gavin Dance Man? But hey guys, it's not Sleep Token, so it's okay. That's all I'm saying. Fuck their opinions. I mean, true, but it's nice to have people in chat. Some music scares people. Dude, we've gone through some like crazy eras of music in this channel though. Especially during COVID where it was mostly like I don't even like rap. Chill. Nice. How much of a metal or rock fan? Classic rock and AC/DC are exceptions. Honestly, that's fair. Dude, what is my car? Alright. Are we good? Let's stabilize here and try this again. Alright, run it. I mean, this car's broken, man. It struggles to hit like 30 miles per hour, 30 kilometers an hour. For like 10 seconds. And then it just blasts over to like 200. Like, what is that acceleration? Tires worn out? These are fresh, actually, so I don't think so, but it's possible. Gearing? This car's insane. I mean, I think the problem really is that the engine wasn't built for this car. Like, it's compatible, but the engine's too powerful for this car. In the dead of the night. In the dead of the night. My birthday is in December. December. How the hell do they say it? Grudzień. Says it in Polish. December. December? That sounds right. December. December 5th. Dismembrane. What? I joke, oh. I heart like birthday schmirthday, man. insane and dismembrane. I think 21 was the last time that I cared. I don't know though, big 30, man. Get into that big 30. Should I care? Sometimes I like to do something for people if I'm able to. I feel like close friends, I'm pretty decent at, like, remembering birthdays. But I've kind of just started saving them on my phone. Just in case. Here, I'll, spare you guys. I mean, I love that music, but I'm chill with just playing this. I remember because I think I'm pretty good with dates in general because my friend does not remember his anniversary day. I remember it. Remember his anniversary day. I always text him like, yo, congrats. Yo, happy anniversary, man. He's like, oh my god, it's today! The real homie in me, you know? See pics later of them, like, getting, or him giving her flowers. So easy. You kind of run out of meaningful milestones after 21. Well, you can rent a car at 25. That's the real final milestone. A bus pass. I have issues remembering, so I made a list even for my close friends. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I know people who don't remember like their parents or friends' birthdays or siblings, so just how it is. I remember the majority. Lower car insurance, true. Lower car insurance. Poor Irish Bogan. Keep them off the streets. I think bus pass is pretty based. I forget my own. I mean, I remember my own, sometimes I forget how old I am. It was a fun time mystery. Fortunately for me, learner drivers exist, are willing to crash into me, so my insurance will still cost. Oh. That's rough. That's kind of rough. Never driven a car, but goddamn, if they're as much of a pain in the ass as they are with bikes, then yeah. I wanted to get a motorcycle license and a motorcycle, but all my family members basically said like, if I do that, you're disowned. And honestly, fair. I can understand why. But I don't think I'm a reckless driver. I think I'm a good driver in general. Like not S tier, but like A plus. The problem is, it doesn't matter how good of a driver you are. If people are stupid and you're on a motorcycle, you can still just die because of them. It doesn't matter how much awareness you have. Just kind of how it is. In all honesty, the same thing could happen on or in a car, but the likelihood of it being a motorcycle is higher solely because it's a motorcycle. Simply cannot handle getting hit by a car at full speed, you know? Again, full speed comparatively, another car, same ordeal, but the likelihood of surviving is higher. The noise of motorcycle? I don't really mind the noise, but I know what you mean, yeah. Driving Society works on a little white divider line, an unspoken agreement to not play bumper cars with each other. And some people do not get that memo. I see. I don't know, man. I just think a motorcycle would be vibes. Besides, you can only really drive it for like 2 seasons. And then it's too cold for a motorcycle. You like, the autumn time is still not that ideal for a motorcycle. In the winter, no. You got the spring and the summer. And then barely in the spring because it might rain. So really just the summer in full. What do you mean it's too cool for a motorcycle? Too cold? I mean, like, there's a point where if you're living in a cold place and it's wintertime, like, bundling up is not that it's like, you still won't, it might be too much. Or not enough. On a motorcycle. Remember, dress for the slide, not the ride. The motorcycle makes you cool. Did I say cool? I'm just saying that you don't really drive a motorcycle in the wintertime. Or am I just saying it would be cool to have a motorcycle? Well, I don't know, I just like it. If you don't, that's cool. I mean, whatever. Not everyone's cup of tea. It just feels like better, more open driving experience than a car. It's not like I'm gonna go full speed on a motorcycle. That's exactly how people die. Just feels like more freedom. Oh god. Not for my loved ones, some serious crashes. No, that's what I'm saying, same. We went to a wedding in Poland. Young couple. I'm talking like they were 24 or something, maybe younger. And the husband was a motorcycle driver. And honeymoon, GG's. A week later, dies in a motorcycle accident. When everyone that decides, ones that decide they want to ride like idiots, I mean, yeah. But that's, it's just like, I think motorcycle drivers get bad rep solely because of all of the accidents that happen because they're all, like, the ones that people know of are just too reckless. It's bad rep, and I get it. I understand. But I'm not a reckless driver. I feel like I'd be fine on a motorcycle. I just like the idea of having one. I don't know, why do we open our windows in the middle of the summertime in the car? Maybe not in the middle of the summertime, it'd be too hot, but I don't know, during windy days or when we're going like high speed on a highway, why do we open the windows instead of blasting the AC? Had to relearn everything because some farm dogs had to run into the bike going 60 miles per hour. So I mean though, like, that could also happen with a car. The difference is that a car can withstand something like that more than a motorcycle. Don't get me wrong, I know all the downsides outweigh the upsides. Gas, please. No. No. This could be a better replacement tire. The other one was like beat up and messy. We're scrolling, going flying? Absolutely. I agree. By all accounts, it is monumentally safer to be on in a car. Oh, whatever. 0.9 gas is still gas. Oops. You know, that would explain why the wheels have popped off and exploded. We don't have any of the things. Whatever. I mean, we could collect some and effectively use them when the time comes. Just gonna have to clear them up because they're rusty AF. Or just said they wanted to get a bike, and I said, over my dead body, I'd rather see you in a semi-truck than a bike. I respect it. I totally do. I totally understand. Especially if you know the person well enough to be like, yeah, they're reckless. Or they would be a little bit too silly on the road. I'm way strict about it. Like, my friends even try to, like, interact with me while I'm driving. I'm gonna start yelling. Not while I'm driving, man. Not when I'm behind the wheel. I also do not trust anyone else. Well, that's the thing. It's why I didn't end up getting one or don't really plan on it. It might just not be my fault when something goes wrong. I've never been in a crash. Well, when I'm behind the wheel. Knock on wood. Go drive home first, so be right back. Hey, safe driving. On that topic. I let my fixation of... Oh my god, it's the sound. It's the song, guys. It's the Chewy sound alert. My bike fixation goes right over to GTA Online, and that's where I do all that. We didn't hear no knock? I knocked. I mean, it was behind the mic, so that's probably why you didn't hear it. This mic is so, like, directional that anything that occurs behind it, you probably won't hear. Unless I, like, slam. Even then, it will probably be, like, muffled out. Merging construction at 2 miles per hour and mildly scuffed a bumper because everyone stopped suddenly. Never been in one, like, where I'm behind the wheel, but I've been in other... Most of the time, it wasn't the fault of the driver when I'm in the car, though. I'm trying to think of a situation where there might have been one. I really don't think there has been one. Like, most of the time, it's getting rear-ended. Jump around. Jump around. Jump around. Jump, 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 jump. Rear-ended, and my brother rear-ended someone because too focused on girlfriend at the time. Classic. Classic, dude. No, we were driving to go get a car for me. We were on the way to buy the car from someone, and someone rear-ended us. At that point, the vibes were off, so we didn't go and get the car at the end. We went back home. Yeah, that's typically why I insist on driving. Though, my friends are good drivers. They don't brake last second or anything. All my RL friends are pretty responsible. I mean, I have one that I could see them being a little bit reckless, but that was a long time ago, so I don't... It's on, like, high school. Can I die due to blood loss from mosquito bites? Yeah, probably. Might take a while, though. Oh my god, hello? Like, what? What's up, Shin? Half emptied me. Damn.
Rhinotis gifted a tier 1 sub to Shin Cousin.
I'm on Fiverr, so
They have given
holy
88 gift
shit.
subs in the channel.
They're having a mid-off.
They're having a mid-off. Yo, Reno, even gifting a sub to Shin. Holy moly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy moly. Oh my god, I'm so glad I fixed the TTS. I didn't have enough coffee. I'm starting to yawn. It's already too late. Imagine number would be at if it included all the anonymous gift subs. True. That'd be crazy. 500 bajillion. Top of the scoreboard. Wait. Oh, we're below half gas. We need to find like a... We gotta find a Boat. They will probably remain top. Yeah, most likely. And then Juby will stay in lead for like longest lasting sub. Where my boats? Where my boats? Where my boats at? Is this worth... I mean, it's got a garage. The clear PS2. I got an Xbox, OG Xbox Crystal to go with it now. That's awesome. I was looking at... My friend has a, somewhat clear PS2, but like from Japan. Apparently it was like a Silent Hill or something collab. I don't know if that's true or not. No, not clear blue. Although the clear blue one's peak too. My PS2 and games are in Poland. They're everything that we have on the PlayStation 2 is in Poland. If this game updates, I know what they gotta add. Weather. Screw us over some more and make like the road slippery. This song is basically like the modern day VTuber fan finds out his VTuber is dating someone. Dirty. 30 on 30 on 30. It's like a normal, like black PS2, but it's transparent. I don't know. Myoshi married with kids? Deserved. Good. You can, but I don't have the funnel hose thing for it. Yeah, like a siphon. Zen Black. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. My friend has it. I'm like, would you give it to me? Yeah, obviously they wouldn't, but I'll buy it, man. Come on. It was you. Damn. Oh, that's not that bad. I thought it'd be like a worse price. It's not bad at all. I just don't think he would have replied to all those letters. Yeah, I don't think so either. I wouldn't. That's too many letters, man. It's a lot of reading. Schedule 1, that one was fun for a time. It's when the Sleep Token album came out and we reacted to it. With Schedule 1 in the background. Played that for a little bit. It was alright. I would say not really my forte, but I mean, I guess I did play it for a good bit. Gray Purge and leaving everything. Honestly, kind of based. I've done it before. Typically, though, it like... Okay. Typically, it like returns back to normal after a point. I've had my resets, though. Some online friends I will probably never see again. Later, Cloud. Thanks for hanging out, man. Hey, banger again. Is this the... Yep. So I have two versions here. I don't think I could do that anymore. I just... Streaming aside. Streaming aside. Don't know if I could do that. The friends I have now are just like... too great. Now. Now. Abandoning VR chat made it good. That's what I mean, though. Return to VR chat, I don't know, man. Maybe. Oh, God. My next full reset, I'm just gonna come back as a VR chat mute. No one will ever suspect a thing. I would go insane. People would suspect it very quickly. The frame will cost. I was looking into the frame yesterday. If it's like 1.5K, just get the Galaxy VR or XR. I'm like super behind with all the VR stuff. I just kind of lost interest. I really thought that the VR market was dying. But in my defense, it's because I just looked at the Steam stuff and like what games were still being played. I didn't really think about the fact that, you know, people still get the headsets. It's just like, to me, all of my friends that I've added, besides VR chat, like no one plays any other VR game because nothing really comes out. Everything's just in VR chat. So my brain was like, I feel like the VR market's dying. It's statistically not, but... We can't figure out how to get AI involved with VR yet. I feel like that's not true. I really do. I just feel like, even though it's not necessarily super popular in comparison to the rest of the gaming industry, well, I don't know. I don't even know where I was going with that. I feel like I really don't hear anything about new VR games coming out. Half-Life Alyx, Boneworks, Bone Labs, the Walking Dead game. That's all I know. Oh, and the time loop one. Okay. I mean, to be fair, I tried to move away, but... Can't sleep yet. That's true, they can just not make it. It might be too cooked for that, just because of investors at this point. Oh wait, true, it's Valve. What am I talking about? You're right. My brain just forgot it's Valve. Strong independent woman right there. Don't need no investors. Do you guys play Deadlock? Anyone actually, like, enjoy it? I'm curious because... I don't know. Facebook VR headset? I mean, in all honesty, I feel like the Meta is still a reasonable, affordable choice for VR, so... VR is good, though. One day I hope I can afford Valve's VR stuff. I do enjoy... my first headset was the Vive, and then I went right to the Index. And I haven't upgraded since then, because my Index is totally fine, like... It works. I don't really care for, like, too many insane upgrades. Though, again, I don't really use my VR that much compared to other people. I have it, but not played it. I kind of want to like try it. I booted it up the day that I gained access, which was like early, because one of my friends had super early access to it and was able to share it with some people. So I had it like before it was. Basically, it was like an NDA to play it or whatever. And I tried it then, but I didn't really get into a match. I kind of just existed. I feel like I probably could have gone into it, but loves VR chat. I mean, you know, I kind of have to. Even if I don't play it anymore, it's very important to like, to me, my friends, the fact that I met all my friends because of it. My era of aggressively hating on it is long over because it's just like, I wouldn't be here streaming the way I am without VR chat, so realistically, it's kind of impossible for me to be like, yeah, I hate it. What the hell happened here? But doesn't mean I have to play it anymore. We love VR chat here. Yeah? 10-hour workdays wore me out. Too much to climb into VR without anyone to hang out with. My thing with VR is just I'm lazy, man. Like, for it to work with, like, off stream, I would have to unplug 2 monitors, restart my computer with the VR plugged in. The process to set it up is just too much for me to think it's worthwhile. If I do VR chat, because I have to join Leaf for 5 sessions, I'm not going to stream those days. I'm just going to set up my VR, hang out. That's it. Full stop, full pause. That'll be my day. And then when I'm done with that, I'm going to vibe. So those days where I'm going to join Leaf, I probably won't stream on my channel. I hate commerce? More from cringe people or like over the cringe people? We all hate cringe. Oh, we all cringe? Are you trying to say coomers? I agree with that. Sadly, I can't buy you a new GPU. You do not need to buy me a GPU ever. Especially now, considering the price. But overall, you never need to do that. Missed the days where VR chat had less people. Like that one Christmas where Quest 2 was released. I mean, listen. I'm from VR chat 2017. So. Back then there were very few people. There were not even that many anime avatars. So I got rid of my headset. Too much of a hassle. What's up, Ashy? I don't want to get rid of mine because I still, like... If a new VR game comes out, I totally... Like, I love the idea of VR. I want to play VR, but... There just isn't new stuff to play. And like I said... I'm inflicted with, like, permanent anxiety hopping on VR chat. Spend time on invite-only worlds? Yeah, that's kind of what I do now. I mean, now. The rare, like, once a year that I do that. Put on Throne? With GPU? I have one. I was actually gonna remove it, but Ghost, on my birthday, he funded it. A little bit. So, why?
GPU fund my woggy.
Oh. Oh, Jesus, man. This is... You guys do not need to do this, man. Jesus. Ashley, for a Hondaroonie, man. Get a new GPU. Bro, new GPUs are like $5 bajillion. But I will save the hundo for when I get the new GPU. When I finally decide that it's time. Thank you, man. Jesus Christ. You don't even go here. Ashley just appears once in a blue moon. It's crazy, man. Y'all nuts. Throw money at your face, disappear again. Fortunately, you don't always throw money at my face. Guys, the current economical situation we're in, I feel like warrants everyone saving their money instead of giving some dude behind a monitor as an anime character some money, but I greatly appreciate it when you do. I really do. The monetary distress of university already. I'm suffering. Don't have spare muns. No one has to throw spare muns at me. Making more muns than I ever have. Yeah, you know what? I'm happy for you, because I remember how awful it was back then. Well, not awful, but I remember it was not the greatest time. So I'm happy to hear that for you, man. $1,100 a week, damn. What? Why?
Pinky.
Oh my god. Guys. Alright. Hold on, I'm stun locked. It's just I'm just playing the long drive of all games. Why is it that every time I'm playing the most ridiculous game this happens? 33.65 an hour. What? Hook me up, man. Get a tech degree? I'm working on it. Right now, it put me in debt. So I'm not really feeling the earnings yet. I'm not too far off. I think I need like half a year's more in semesters. Then yeah, I'll have my. I got my tech degree. I'm gonna get my network and security plus, and we're going in, man. Get your security plus, sir. Yeah, man, that's what I'm working. Rena, thank you for the $50, by the way. I don't want to sound ungrateful. I never know what to say about this stuff. Thanks, guys. Y'all are kind of insane, man. It's totally unnecessary. I just exist. Don't need Net Plus. I want to get into like computer forensics. It's like my overarching plan is to work in computer forensics. Yeah, I'm in uni right now for cybersecurity. But I feel like it's so hard to get a job in IT at the moment. I'm just trying to get like a starter job. I was supposed to get a starter IT job, but it was just a typical, you know, computer. What was it again? Just a desk job. I mean, I was just helping the bank with all the IT problems. Yeah, it's like help desk, yeah. If you get 20 bucks, can I get 20 bucks if you get rich? There's never a day that I don't think about how I could repay the people that I've supported since the beginning of time. I would love nothing more to be able to do that. 11 years. Damn. Yeah, I plan to get Security Plus for sure. But it's like, I feel like it's so hard to get into cybersecurity as a job if you don't at least have some experience in the IT, like, field overall. I was trying to get a help desk job. It was like almost borderline guaranteed. That's what they said. And I didn't end up getting it. Yeah, CYSA Plus, yeah. That's just how it be. Yeah, that's the problem though. Like, I'm gonna get this degree, and I'm not gonna be landing anything immediately. My friend who has a cybersecurity certificate, or not certificate, degree. I mean, he doesn't have Security Plus, but he's been trying, man, for a while now, couple of years. Help desk, life cycle management, essentially an asset manager. I do all the ordering of laptops, peripherals.
Big.
Senior IT specialist. That's cool. Hook me up, man. You guys need a help desk? Come on. Sell feet pics. Yeah, people would love to see some Hobbit feet, I'm sure. Poor timing, I guess. I mean, I have considered... I don't know, dude. Morally, I feel like I shouldn't... I've been thinking about getting, like, a master's in, like, the whole AI thing, but it's just, like, I think about it morally. I'm like, do I really want to do this? Maybe there's just some, like, certs that I can get solely to, like, land a job. Government adjacent? I see. Yeah, I think I'm just strongly opposed, but just for the credentials alone, I feel like it's worth it. I really have been trying. I'm like applying to so many different IT places just for help desk. I know remote is like super unlikely, and that's okay. I still apply to those too, but I think I just gotta look at second shift. It'll be chill vibes. Doesn't have to be fully remote. That's what I mean, man. This guy's just on his phone. Like, what? It's the same with my other friend. He got into, like, some position where he works remote, and he can sleep through the job, unironically. I mean, he works the night shift for, like, a school, though, or something, so... Nothing happens at night in a school. So you don't think Net Plus is that necessary? I guess just Security Plus and SYSA then. Or CYSA. One hour through all paperwork. I wait for the orders to come in. I mark them, put the people's names on the boxes. They come pick them up. I see. Cool, man. I mean, you've upgraded over the years for sure. My God, it's been that long, though. It's been that many years. Yeah, yeah, I was like, didn't you work at a restaurant, like fast food? Chalky Milk. I mean, I think I would just buy all the... Actually, chocolate milk sounds great right about now, I'm not gonna lie. Like the old Yahoo Yoo-Hoos, the Yoo-Hoo ones. Just a box of Yoo-Hoo would hit. Did an alien really have to show up right now when I'm going uphill? The worst part of the hill, too. If you're not gonna pick me up, then why waste my time? I had a case of that like a week or two ago. Jealous. I mean, my sweet tooth is like long gone, in all honesty. Can't do it. Overly sweet is just too much. Both in food and in reality. That's why you have to even out the playfield. If you say any nice stuff to me, you have to immediately, like, counteract it too. Tell me to die. At the beach one summer, saw how she was, when can't do this the rest of my life. Yeah. Yeah, last year, man. I was in Poland, I don't know, just like... Wait, was it last year? Yeah, last year I was in Poland, and it just like... Different life perspective. I was like, alright, you know what? It's time we make some changes here.
Beak.
And back to uni. I did go back for history at first, but I swapped it back to cybersecurity. I was like, nah. And sooner or later, I'm going to study for the Security Plus. Could probably get it sooner than later, but... Problem is, if I don't land some sort of decent starting position, I feel like it's going to be a lot harder, even with a degree, to do it. I mean, I guess I can get a starting position with a degree in Security Plus later, but... We'll see, we'll see. That rock almost killed me, man. And I like learning Linux. It's a good excuse to finally like learn Linux without having to use Linux. Like, full time. I would swap to it, but it's too scuffed for video gaming. And streaming. Hates OBS. Platonically. Now go on alive. True. Yeah, I have VBox, I have VirtualBox. I have it for Windows 10, and I have it for Linux at the moment because of my current course. Applied Operating Systems. Do wish you luck with everything. Thank you. I would like to continue streaming throughout this process. That would be really great. Would be fantastic. Depends on what distro you use. No, Nobaris. Oh yeah, I heard. People keep telling me like Hyperland and stuff, but I don't know. Hyperland's like something specific, not Hyperland. What was it? Mint? No, not Mint. Now I don't remember. Fedora? Fedora's like decent. Fedora's what I'm using right now though. It feels like whatever. I don't really care for it that much. Will you ever reach the end of the drive? I will absolutely reach the end of the drive. It's as you guys heard, streamers with less than 1,000 viewers, we're all dead weight. Like too long of a drive? Don't worry, we're more than halfway there now. Fedora based. Pre-installed NVIDIA stuff? Oh, I see. And here I want to like replace my entire PC with AMD stuff. I think all AMD is the play. At some point I want to make my own home lab. Maybe a NOS. I have a friend who has like a full like home lab, really dope server. I'm like, I want to do that. I want to just do it for fun though. Oh god. You know, that's good. At least you full stopped. Man, it's given Fast and Furious. Okay. No, that's totally fine. Okay. Especially now with the vibe-coded drivers of NVIDIA. AMD's just the play, man. A Glorp OS. Yeah, I'm gonna make my own OS. Thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, it was already 550. Crazy. Pretty sure this week I have my midterms, if that even... I don't know, because my syllabus said that I only have quizzes. It's so weird. These courses are so strange, man. Like, I was supposed to have a midterm for my last course, which is all just hardware, which is super easy. But then it just changed out. And I only had a final. And it was like the easiest final I ever took in my entire life. Do I stop here? Nah. Just keep driving. We're gonna need gas soon, so what we really need is a boat. We gotta find a ship. Intel NVIDIA, because it's what I'm used to, but that'll change on my next PC I get build, yeah. No, actual university. It's completely online, so it's just more convenient for me. It's for real uni. Completely online uni. Oh god. It had a campus, and I went there, but also did it online. The one that I'm doing is like fully online, but it has a campus, so like you could do the physical if you wanted. I actually thought about it. I thought it because it would give me a reason to like leave the house more often, but then I wouldn't have time to exist. Unless I take like super early courses, then I guess it'd be fine. But the free time and the flexibility of online is just so much better. Yeah. I did for my first portion of it. Like way back when. In like 2018 before I dropped out. It was too exhausting because I would go there, do my uni stuff, and my free days, because I only really did uni on Thursdays Tuesdays and Thursdays at the time. It was just the easiest, like, scheduling. And my work days were Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so I was just, like, burning out. Gotta figure out, like, a good way to juggle work, uni, primarily, and put some streaming in there. I think streaming is, like, an easy thing to, like, put in, though. If I just have 4 free hours in a day, it's not a big deal. Or I just become, like, the people who exist on other streams but don't stream. Become like Vigors. My true Oshi. I miss that guy. I always think of the clip. I found it the other day. The clip of him talking to Surefour way back when. Oh, dude. I gotta play it. Oh, surely I got it somewhere. I think I bookmarked it. That's how funny it is to me. Found it. Oh, hold on, Drake. Okay, they don't want to skip it, but whatever. Dude. Dude.
What? What?
Bigger, did you fix yourself?
Yeah, I fucking fixed myself.
You fucking suck! Bigger!
Fuck you! Dude, obviously.
Oh my god, this is when, like, the Steam stuff came out. The Steam names. Dyrus. Dyrus is here, man.
You know what happened? You know what happened after you told me? You know what happened after you fucking added me and you told me you were famous?
I told you
know what? I fucking searched your name on Reddit Overwatch. And they said you were a fucking cheater! And I believe them!
There's that hyena laugh again.
Oh, dude. One can miss the days, truly. I love that clip so much. It's not even that crazy. It's just, I think of, like, how much Surefour had to deal with that in the Overwatch days. It just makes me laugh so hard. Oh, dude. Just keep driving, work 8 to 3:30, class from 5:30 to 10. Oh my god. Hell nah. Hell nah. Hung out with Dyrus once, great guy. Same, and then I was in that tournament, the Overwatch tournament that he was in. It's so weird to me, man. Like, I was in so many lobbies with so many of these crazy streamers. Friday was just work, Saturday was free day, Sunday was my get homework done day. Right now, with how easy it is to manage, because I'm doing accelerated courses, so I do 2 and 2. Basically 2 weeks of 7, or sorry, 7 weeks of 2, and then another 7 weeks of another 2. I'm trying to just get the degree as fast as possible. The workload is really manageable, which is really odd, but I just know that if I don't manage it the way I'm right now, it's scuffed. Hey, Dyrus is cool. I mean, hung out. I didn't really speak to him. It was tough, man. That's like celebrity shock for me. Same with Poke. Same with Whoops. Same with all the OGs. I still have the first ever signed Team 5 bag. People are like, dude, you should sell it. I'm like, no. This is important to me. Why would I sell it? Fish. Sure, it's not the same uni. It could be. I don't know. Good to see you, Unknown. Good to see you. I wasn't even gonna say anything like when I went back to uni on stream because I was like, this is not that important for others to know. But at first, I didn't know how to manage the scheduling and like doing all my work. So I just said it because I was like, listen, guys, in all honesty, there are gonna be days, maybe even weeks, where I don't stream. What's my excuse gonna be? Oh, this Aiko guy just doesn't want to stream anymore, whatever. No, I do. Oh god, dude, this car hates when I hit the brakes. I'm not even going that fast. Like, there's some truth to what, you know, Twitch said. I feel like to really make a living, 1,000 viewers, yeah, that sounds about right. But I still think you're not really gonna make a huge living on Twitch exclusively. You better be posting on YouTube and everything and getting sponsors. Doesn't want to stream anymore. My era of like, I think I'm over it, was like way back when. Granted, I think most of the memeology that like comes from my words that like spreads to other channels, I don't know how often they even happen on this channel. I mean the why you're green. Yeah, okay. That comes from here. From this stream, I should say. But some of the other terminology, I don't know, man. I don't really think they... That must have been just on... in chat or something that I did them. Say... my name. What was that? Hello? Alright. Cool. Need to be branched out if you're doing Twitch only, you're kind of handicapping yourself. Yeah. I mean, not really if you're getting the sponsors, but... pretty much. I can't even monetize my YouTube channel. To be fair, I only uploaded shorts, and the requirements for shorts were... much more than... just normal videos. But no one watches, like, 10-minute long videos these days. I should, though. I should I miss, like, that sort of content. I just don't know what's, like, video material, man. I watch 10-minute long videos. I love, like, stream comps and, like, highlighted moments. I just don't know how, like, good they are for YouTube. I feel like you upload whatever to, like, YouTube as far as normal video content, and then shorts are, like, the Wahoo Kahuna, big bada boom. And TikTok. You don't make money on TikTok, though. Sponsors only, really. I love clip compilations. It's just the OG way, man. Yeah, you can dual stream. There's nothing wrong with like multi-streaming to other places. Only reason I don't do it is because I don't know if my computer won't just have a meltdown if I tried. Huh, the first note. Now this is some music right here. It's not Dance Gavin Dance, but... Became an active chatter, been following her for over 5 years. My first interaction with Tot was a long time ago with EO. It must have been like 2020 or 2021. It's been a minute, man. It's just weird how the worlds collided again. Granted.
There we go.
Oh my god, that what? How can it play twice on stream? Bro. Are you done? Are you done? Guys. That thing has a 0.05% chance of proccing, and you procced it twice today. I had a lot in me, man. No, it's cool, man. I get it. Clear it out. I get it. It's that Taco Bell lettuce hitting, huh? Gotta give Aiko that ad revenue. The ad revenue. Taylor Farm special. Oh god, wait. 10 years old, oof. The only lettuce I want. Wait, no, wait, no. I'm glad I fixed all my sub alerts, it's great. Yeah, I saw the guac recall and the salsa. I'm kind of scared because I had some the other day. Actually, thank you for the re-subarino for 11 months. Thank you. Appreciate that. On top of the hundo, and Arena with the 50. Listen, I put fried... What was it again? What was my tag? Fried dopamine receptors or something? Please understand, I'm greatly appreciative of all of the support. But I'm old and fried. So if I don't sound grateful, I'm so sorry. I really mean it. Sincerely. That is insane money to support, to give to some dude just driving down a road for 1,000,000 miles. I'm like the most it's Joe said it. Perfect description. I'm the most stoner person who doesn't smoke. Oh, wait, did he say smoker? I think he said stoner. I'm like the biggest stoner that doesn't smoke. It's pretty true. I'm just a PTSD-ridden, old skater dude who is an alien. I'm an alien. I'm an alien with human hair. Imagine being old. Well, 30 is like right there, man. This is the thing, man. They're gonna see 30 and they're gonna be like, why would we hire this guy? You think if I put Twitch on my resume? Yeah, I was a Twitch streamer. Oh god. He was a skater boy. He really was. And then he became a longboard boy. I'm totally down to get like an electric longboard. Ooh! I would accept it a long time ago that I'd be totally content being someone like... I mean, the only person I ever think of is Vigors. Like, he appears on streams, he doesn't stream. And people want him to stream. He would be my favorite streamer of all time if he did, but he won't do it. He will never stream. And I get that. I totally understand. We're kind of past that point now, though. You know, I've been streaming. The hell is this? Your stream. Sometimes. Oh. Oh! What? You're at Twitch? God, I hope not. Hate that champion. Anyone play the League Classic stuff? Is any good? Look, I saw OG Katarina, and a part of me almost folded. I almost folded, man. My bread and butter right there. Oh. Dude, OG Katarina, man. Dude. That, I was a god. I see Dyrus playing it all the time now. All these League boomers are just playing OG. I mean, he also plays normal, but... I'm a cutie pie. They're all playing classic League. They also play Deadlock, though. I feel like I should get into that game. Like, everyone's enjoying it. Every streamer that I enjoy watching, except for, like, Soda, they like Deadlock. OG Pantheon? Yeah, exactly. League reference. Sorry, that was also part of my... a long part of my life. League of Legends and RuneScape. It's alright. It's only 2009 champions at the moment, though. Now, when you say at the moment, are you saying that they... Oh, just 2009, never mind. Because I was like, are they gonna add, like, Silas, or whatever his name is, into League Classic? Hell nah. I'm gonna bungee jump without a cord, if that's the case. They'll add stuff as it goes? Oh no. League of Legends was a game that I frequented for a bit. Was a part of the streamer community, then decided that it wasn't for me anymore. I mean, I've exposed it before, but I've been invited to scrims that some of these streamers hosted. I have, in fact, been in a Pokimane viewer scrim a few times. I have been in... This is going to be a rough name to say now, but Melanie Mac had viewer scrims that I've joined several times. I've done Dyrus scrims. I've been in a sneaky scrim one time. I lucked out in the raffle. Anyone else? I think that's it. I don't know if I've scrimmed with anyone else. I've never been that good at the game to, like, hit the high ranks, so, you know. Never really went beyond scrim. It's just short for scrimmage. It's just, like... I don't know why they call it that. I guess it's because it's not ranked, or, like, it doesn't really mean anything. They're just, like, practice matches, essentially. Pretty sure Ashy and I have played League of Legends before. You played Mordekaiser, right? You were an ADC main? Yeah, which is really funny because I've fully converted to mid lane. Now, I haven't played League in like 2 years, but... Oh, actually, that's not true. I played the ARAM mode. But Summoner's Rift, I haven't played in like 2 years. I'm kind of over the league era. It's not even installed on my PC anymore. I was a support main. Yeah, I remember Trundle. I don't play anymore, but if I did, just stick to mid lane. I think my Akali can still be really good. The new Akali, dude, new in quotes. I think I'm pretty good at the new Akali. I can do it, for sure. And Diana, easy. My mid lane right there. Katarina, the new one I'm not that good at. Old one for sure. Godsend. I just leaned in real life because I thought I was gonna hit that. Jarvan, that's what Juvie does, man. He doesn't play any real support. He plays like Brand. And then, or Swain. So if I'm ADCing, he's just getting all the kills because I can't even last hit. Because Swain just obliterates everything. Yeah, Lux. Exactly. He doesn't play Lux, though. For him, it was Swain, and if Swain was taken, Annie or Brand. And then one time I forced him to play Blitzcrank. To be fair, as a mid laner, if I don't get mid lane, I'm just gonna play support as well. And I will also play something ridiculous like Lux. Not Brand, probably not Brand. Annie. Annie for sure. Leona's based. I hate Nautilus with a burning passion. At least you don't play Pyke. I don't know anything about Rel. Senna's based.
Dick.
I got rickrolled. What if I told you sometimes I do? I think Pyke is the single worst champion in the entire video game. Like, I feel my blood pressure rise if I see a Pyke in the game. That used to be Yasuo. And then I started outplaying Yasuo as Akali, and I was like, oh, well, GG's. I hate Pyke so bad. The only other champion I think about, and I just, like, feel genuine anger, is, what's her name? Yuumi. Yuumi made me quit the game. Yuumi was, like, the equivalent of when they added, Doomfist into Overwatch. Perma quit, GG's. Ruined the game for me forever. Why did Rick roll? I don't know. I don't know. It's just like Rolling Girl. You know, why did Miku roll at the end of the day? I guess they tripped and they rolled down forever. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Guess I'm rolling too now. Hello? What do we make of this right here? There we go. Oh. Alrighty then. It can certainly be worse. Would you mind? Can you stop rolling? Dude. Please. What? Got it. What the? I know nothing. I just know Ari. It's okay. Ari's a good champion. Ari's one of my mains. Or was one of my mains. My messages failed to send. I'm seeing weird fluctuation with Twitch at the moment. This is very possible that you're getting rolled. Why is Miku Miku Mi? Miku dayo. Twitch has been dying for like the past 4 months. Then again, Discord died 2 days in a row. Yeah, good old League of Legends, am I right? Never playing that again. Now, that's not fully true. If, like, OG homies asked me to play... Like, if EO asked me to play, I'd probably be down. I would hate it. I would have to play with someone that doesn't play my lane, because if we fight for mid lane, and I'm forced into, like, jungle... We're gonna have a problem. How's the shelter gang? I honestly, dude, I have no idea. I gave Glenn ownership, and I haven't looked back at that server since. I saw Glenn like 2 years ago because he invited me to his birthday on VR chat. Was it 2 years ago? 2023. I think it was 2023. What was it? Was it? I don't remember. But that was the last time that I was properly in VR on VR chat, and yeah, and then the next time that I thought about Dream Shelter, I was like, you know what, Glenn? I do not go here anymore. I'm gonna give you ownership. And then he told me, oh, that's really funny, because I don't go here anymore either. And I was like, okay, great. Keep ownership, I don't care. GLHF. Is it a good idea to microwave this? Please do not microwave this, whatever you're microwaving. Are we there yet? I wonder if we're at least at 3K kilometers at this point, probably.
Dick.
Wait, really? Damn, okay. I mean, there was no, like, hard feelings or anything. I just... My era of Dream Shelter was long gone. You know, I made new friends. I wasn't really into the drinking side of things. So I was like, well, the person that I feel like deserves to own it the most at this point is Glenn. I think most of them, like, went their separate ways. As far as Dream Shelter goes. Everyone's getting on? I think, like... I call them the new gens of Dream Shelter. I think most of them are still getting along quite well. Just great. Something griefed me, now I can't. New gens? Yeah, they're the new generation of Dream Shelter, because... I don't know any of them. I don't know any of these members. I just call them the new gen. Can I have your PC when you upgrade? I was thinking that, like, if I get to the point of having a new PC, like a full new PC, I would try to turn this one into, like, the secondary setup. Because streaming with 2 PCs is just the play, man. Come on, hit it. What if I could just break through the limit thing? Come on. It will fight the hill, but I need it to, like, push past the 1 point. Gotta be breaking the habit, Linkin Park over here. That's how I know I'm a goddamn boomer. People don't even know what Linkin Park is anymore. Link in Park? Yeah, Link is at the park with Zelda. You know, I used to hate Link for that sole reason because it was always him and Zelda. And I wanted Zelda. Oh, we're talking about childhood, but... Okay, we made it up. Define the logic of the game, I guess. Skyrim style. Destroying all the pots. Maybe he's destroying all the pot heads. Ooh. Breaking Benjamin Phobia album turned 20 years old. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I think about being like 15 years old, going to like work with my dad and listen. I would have like my iPod and I listened to Breaking Benjamin, the entire, like their discography at the time. Discography at the time. Wicked Flip Man, thanks. I remember Halo 3 released 19 years ago. Oh, man. Oh, man. This song right here is an OG Koyo Red song, man. If you didn't know, I had about 50 streams in a row that were just called I Need Coffee, and then it would be hashtag, and then obviously the number of the stream. And it reached the number, I think the number was actually 52, was the last one. I Need Coffee 52. No, it was There Might Be Coffee 52, that's what it was, because the name of the song is There Might Be Coffee. I wonder how many, like, total streams I've had. Two. Wait, true. Speaking of two, I got 2 wisdom teeth that I gotta pull out. Get them out of you, man. Technically only one. The Wii is also almost 20 years old. Full transparency, I really don't remember... Like, I remember the Wii because it was, like, I played so much Smash Bros. Brawl and stuff. But I don't remember, like, getting it. Mandela affected. Like, I don't remember the day we got the Wii. I played so much, like, Mario Kart, what was it, Double Dash? Super Smash Bros. Brawl? Twilight Princess? Twilight Princess is my favorite Legend of Zelda game of all time. I still think it's unmatched. The close second is, Majora's Mask. And then at that point, the follow-ups would be like... Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. What's up, Revan? Welcome back. Double Dash, but won't 1v1 me in Deluxe 8? Dude, I haven't played Mario Kart. How long has it been since the Switch released? No, because I don't even have Mario Kart on the Switch, do I? Minish Cap is based. Minish Cap I played in school. Like the final, it's not that it was new, but like I got Minish Cap and I played it at school during the final weeks of like high school. Because we had nothing else to do. Mario Kart Wii, yeah. I feel old. I mean, I'm kind of past the point of feeling old because, like I said, people there are people who like just don't remember or have never heard of things that I've super enjoyed. Linkin Park is like an exception because people saw it maybe in like Kai Cenat's stream. I'm kind of just past the point of feeling old. I'm just like, yep, so this is life. 6'7", WL, Riz. Me and my band t-shirts. Felt old since I was like 12. Nah, it really hit during the VR chat era for me. Oh, maybe a little bit after the VR chat era. I think we lived in a delusional world during COVID VR chat. Okay, goodbye. I mean, if you think about this, beyond the potential damage... Beyond the potential damage to the car... Consider how far we just, like, skipped. By me not having to drive. I lose no gas to this. Skibbity Riz has one Ohio races in Ohio. Pain. Pain. That's how I became more familiar with Linkin Park. Ta, I don't know too well, but I became a monumentally larger fan when we were playing the Minecraft SMP, and Ta said that she wanted to remake the Ice Crown Citadel from World of Warcraft as like the home area that they lived in. I was like, this is extremely based. From Wrath of the Lich King. Alas, it never happened. But I do not blame anybody because I think it does suck if you only play one or two games like a week. I like fully understand. As a streamer, it's like a self-conscious reaction. Like, you do not want to exclusively only play 2 games a week. But sometimes it happens. Like, this would be the perfect time for the Minecraft server now. There's nothing to play. Within, like, stream's interest. Cops? Yeah. That was almost so cool, and then, like, the cactus just had to be in the way, you know? Dude, physics do not work like that. Imagine this road had railguards. I think it would actually obliterate my car. Or worse, I would flip beyond the guardrails, and then I don't know how I'd get back on the road. It would just be off-roading until there's like a divider. Gotta keep them separated. I'm out of lights. There are no lights in my front car portion. I had 5. A few games a week, still logging onto Genshin Impact. I can't get into gacha games anymore. They just mentally drain me. And monetarily. My last gacha was Honkai Star Rail, which I genuinely enjoyed a lot. The problem is, I had like the Uber team, and the next story arc, that team was extremely irrelevant. Like, it became dot meta, and I don't know if they just hard nerfed my team or what, but it was useless. I couldn't even beat normal story things, so I just gave up. Just quit. I rarely even play games alone anymore. I do. It's just easier, like, for my brain. I don't have to think about, like, what people are saying to me. I mean, like, I'll play other, like, games with other people, but... sometimes I might not even join the VC. When Ty and I play, like, GTA, for example, I don't really go into the VC. We don't VC, we just kind of run stuff. I have to be in the mood. Also, I need to be, like... It depends on the VC. There are VCs where if I join, I know someone else might join that I don't particularly care to talk to. So I might avoid joining them. I'm just there to have a good time. I have several places where I can go where the conversation could go south really quick because someone will join and just start, like, relentlessly, like, shitting on a game that I might enjoy or something. It's just like, we're playing Deadlock, man. Just using it as an example. Where did this even come from, this conversation? Pretty much what happened to me with Honkai Star Rail. It's so sad. It was a really enjoyable game. Need to find a place to steal more lights? True. I just need to find a car. I miss girls like my girls Silverwolf and Kafka. I had... what was her name? Asteron? Asteron? I don't remember her name. She was like purple. Had a katana. I had Jing Liu. Dude. I had 2 goated with the sauce teams. Eventually, Jing Liu kind of became irrelevant. Fine. Acheron, dude. Okay. Let's just fall asleep. Yeah, Raiden May, never had her. Oh, God. My car just blew up, I guess. I also had Kafka and Silverwolf, but I didn't have a good team for them. I didn't work on that team because... I just liked my Astron team. I mean, whatever, I guess. I stopped at, like, the tail end of... The one where Sparkle, like, shows up. Whatever that area is. No. What are you doing? Yeah, Penacony, that's the one. And it was a great story. I really enjoyed Penacony, but I was just over it. Yeah, I had to clean off blood. "3D printer, hell yeah." Me when I print three-dimensionally. Sparkle, yeah. I like Sparkle. And then they have, like, Sparksy or something now. I like Sparksy more, but I just don't know anything about them. I just like the design. Oh yeah, Simulator Universe was awesome. I have a resin one, have not used it much. Oh. Base station mount? I bought like a 3D printed thing. Back then we had like leap motion. It was no real decent way to like keep it on without like blocking the sensors. So I got like a 3D printed thing that I could put on my shirt. But I had to sand it down because it was stabbing me. The funny thing about streaming, man, is like streams like this, I never really know how well they work as just being chill. I feel like no one can really do like super crackhead content like more than 4 hours. It's crazy. They gotta be on like Adderall at that point. I don't know how people like XQC have like insane energy for 18 hours. He just does 24 hours on a whim. 253 times active on Honkai Star Rail. About a quarter of how active I was on Genshin. I thought about trying out Silver Palace, but then I was just like, oh, I'm over it. I'm over all the gacha. But now I'm just like, dude, there's nothing to play. Mistfall Hunter. Jeej. Maybe I really will get into Deadlock. Oh, I was extremely excited for Honkai Star Rail. I got into it day one. I had sponsors on this stream of Honkai Star Rail. My printer is mostly good for figurines and such. Oh, that's cool, though. That's fun. Only thing I really want is a home lab server. It's just so hard, man, because hard drives. No. I saw it. Alright. Not bad. Decent landing. Certainly could have been worse. Okay. We need gasoline prio. Probably won't get it. And we got temporary replacement lights in the front, but... What was that? There is a giant boulder rock merged into here. Okay, well... Don't need diesel. Meow. Do I have backup steel tire or no? I do, but you know what? It doesn't hurt to have a second one. Alright, we do not have gas. Is there... You have a spare light? Couldn't really tell, because I can't get to the front of this thing, man. You don't have any spare lights. Oil. Okay, gas. Do you have gas? This thing's bugged. Oh my god, bro. Okay, whatever. We're at 8 liters. We need to find a boat. Or we're actually cooked. What's my backup? How much does it have? 7? The emergency... Oh, God. Okay. Matt got a nutty buddy. Yummers. Yummers. Welcome back. Enjoy it, like I said. I did for a while, then I dropped it. Rather just play Genshin. Wish that Genshin team treated us better like how Zenless Zone Zero team treats us. That's probably fair. I'm kind of just locked into no more gacha. Some of my favorite characters in Honkai Star Rail: Silverwolf, Kafka, Serval, Scylla, Sparkle, March 7th, Tingyun, Yukong, Gwynafin. Yeah, Gwynaffin's I like that one too. The bell ringing one or whatever. No, not the bell. They hit the little drum. Final element zone tomorrow, so we'll see what their plan is after this. You think it's just over? You think it's gonna be Genshin 2? I can literally see Genshin going on forever. I'll be in my deathbed, and I'll see Genshin, like, Impact finally closing down, alongside World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft private servers shutting down permanently. My foot's off the gas. We need to find like a close by ship that ideally has gas. Main goal of the story will be done. We met all of the gods and found out what happened to our sibling. Well, you know, I thought that Final Fantasy XIV would be done after Endwalker, and here we are. Just time skip. 3,000 years. Jeej. Go. Go next. Continue the story 3,000 years in the future. They wanted to go to other reflections during Shadowbringers. They did. They did. I just didn't know how much they would commit to. And now we have another, like, story arc thing right? So, you know, we had A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, all the way to Shadowbringers, or sorry, all the way to Endwalker. That was one major arc, and now we're gonna have another major arc. We're at that point. I wonder if they plan on doing anything after that. We're only entering the second, like, chapter of this of the new arc with Evercold. Helldivers 2, I really enjoyed it. It's just, it's a shame that I couldn't stream it as often because my PC would be fried. They did, like, optimize it a lot, though. It's mostly like a VTuber thing, though. I don't know why. It happens to a lot of games. I hope Evercold will actually be good. I think it will be. It just sounds more interesting. The sole problem with, like, Dawntrail was... It's A Realm Reborn, but, like, Island Getaway, you know? We're starting a new chapter, so it can't match the peak of, like, Endwalker. And I get that. Evercold looks incredible. And the Nordic theme is winning me over substantially, so I think it'll be good. If not by the theme alone, then... I don't know, we'll see. I assume the current story is going to lead into restoring the 13th. I think so too. But I really don't fully know. I don't know. They can take it any direction they want. Very little enjoyable about Dawntrail. I like Sphene. I like the locales of Dawntrail. The story was meh. But I get the premise. I liked all the post-story content, I guess. Like, I enjoyed... Arcadian. Todd Howard, what if we did Final Fantasy, but Skyrim? Oh god. At some point, I just want it to be a new, like, MMO. I heard the Arcadian is great. It's really good. I don't really care for the Alliance raids, but the reason for that is just I've never played Final Fantasy 11, so I don't have, like, the connection that others do. Ascending to the celestial throne, I'm sure. I don't know much about Genshin. I know people that are, like, super into it. I'm like, geez, guys. But I can't say too much. I'm quite into Final Fantasy 14. I still think I'd be more into WoW, but I need to, like, know the lore. I'm a lore hound. Once I get Lore Master, once I finally am done working on that, once I resubscribe, I don't know when that'll be. Oh, I thought it was auto-saving because I couldn't move. Oh my god, the Eva raids are gonna be... Oh my god. I'm hype. I mean, Yoko Taro is the one directing the new Evangelion, so I'm just like... Evangelion, I don't know how to say it. I say both, because I really don't know. I've been told both. Yoko Taro's my goat. He's working on the anime, yeah. Do you want the abridged version? No, I need to actually experience it, because I will never, ever learn it from a third party. I need to, like, experience it directly myself. I'm problematic. People tell me to just watch the videos for lore. I can't do it. It'll go in one ear and out the other. Even if I don't fully experience the lore of WoW, I just have to commit to it. At least just World of Warcraft. I know a little bit of the Warcraft 3 lore because I watched stuff about Malfurion, but... You play Warcraft 1 to 3 RTS and Classic WoW and TBC. TBC, my beloved. I do think I am done for today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm getting hungry, to be honest. No, it's not, you liar. You're a liar. Aren't you streaming? Go back to streaming, man. Yeah, GG's, guys. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow, 1 p.m. EST, so be sure to come back. I'd appreciate that. And then be sure to follow my socials, join Discord if you've not done so already. I would also need to log in. What are you talking about? There we go. They're killing on the Black Temple patch? Yeah, I saw that. I just think I would enjoy WoW more than Final Fantasy in general, but... I need that lore. Need to run it. But subscriptions, man. Where's it, like 20 bucks for a WoW sub? Oh, man. Oh, man, man. Oh, man, dude, man. Man, dude. Chicken gravy and rice, pilaf, and veggies. Yummers! $14.99? Oh, that's not as... I mean, whatever. Basically... 20 bucks, but I didn't know that. I still have to do midnight. Didn't do midnight. Wait, did I do midnight? I don't remember. I think I did the pre-patch. I'm just checking out all the messages before I head out. I don't keep up with retail at all. Fair. I might honestly enjoy Classic more, but none of my friends play Classic. Everyone's on retail. All right. Yeah, I always hear that Legion was like the last real good one. I like playing Legion Remix. That was fun. All right. I'm gonna send you guys over to who? Yeah, I didn't know it was 15 bucks. Maybe I resub. Maybe we resub to WoW. I thought for some reason it was like 20 bucks. I think Final Fantasy is like 18. This Thai guy ended stream, man. Oh, not the US. The song's gonna end because I couldn't decide who to raid. Who to raid? That's a Yuland. Alright. Video gamers, thanks so much for hanging out today. I will return tomorrow 1 p.m. EST. Have a good rest of your days. Thank you so much for hanging out. I mucho appreciado it. And the monumental support. Thank you guys. Jesus Christ. I don't even know what to say. It's unnecessary. Extremely unnecessary, but thank you. Maybe one day Ashy DeBay and I will work together. Wait, hold on. Let me find a better target. That guy sucks. Why are you here, man? I can't even surprise this guy with a raid. Much needed. I appreciate it. It's crazy, but I appreciate it. I'm not even going to go to the ending stream sequence thing. I'm just going to sneak out to the raid. Mostly because the song is already over. I'm lazy. Alright, I'm out. Jeech, thank you. Peace. Good night.